You happy, kitty? Good kitty.
Warp drive active.
What's this? Ooh, I gotta level off all the stuff that these things did. Cool. Now I have 34 points, which is really good because I have stuff that I need. I like adrenaline shots and I kind of wish I had them, yeah. Hi, pretty kitty. You want some lap? Yeah. Hi, kitty. Oh, I love you. I love you so much. Oh, look at the kitty. She's so cute. Oh, my cute kitty. I love her. Hi, cute kitty. How are you? Oh. Did these things die? No, but they stopped attacking. Hi, pretty kitty. Oh, I love this sissy. Hi. I don't have enough 45 ammo. Which is weird because I remember making a lot more than 70 rounds, but okay. Oh no, I passed where I was going. Oops. My sissy. Hello, sister. I love you. Fuck, and I lost after all that bullshit. Because it ratted me out, which was so dumb. Dumb shit-ass cocksucker developer. Oh. Now I've died and he's camping the corpse and I'm gonna have to like spawn new loot. There's another level 4 done.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Oh man, I don't even have shotgun rounds, so I'm gonna have to definitely worry about that. Wow.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Oh no, I should repair my weapons as well. Or I think I'm out of adhesive, which isn't too good. None of those plans showed up in my fucking thing at all. This was way easier. Got his ass. I got a level off him, and I'm 35, which is good. 35 is good because it means I can craft new weapons. This fucking asshole. He killed me like 4 times or something. He's such an annoying mob. Proof that 76 is good. The mobs are actually difficult, you know? That's all this quest is, though, is beating that guy, essentially. I want to place a buy order at 12 mil. I want to buy 30 of them over the next 3 months. That'll be 369 million. Are you serious? Yeah, maybe I'll just buy 10 of them then, huh? 10 of them is so expensive. Okay, there's my buy order for tons of augmented Vespas.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Hi, sissy. You want some lap? I love the sissy. Hello, sissy. You're a wonderful kitty. Oh. I don't know where my pen went. Oh, there it is. Hi, kitty. Oops, did I pull combat? Oops. Hi, pretty kitty. You're a good kitty. What lap?
A module has run out
Pretty
of charges.
I love my pretty kitty. Queen of the field. That's you, sissy. You're queen of the field.
To give the commands to a drone requires you to have an active target. Warp drive active. A module has run out of charges. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Hi, sissy. Want some lap? No? Oh, yeah? Okay. Go to your pad. That's a good sissy. Mm-hmm. It's a good sissy right there. You're my best friend. I love you with all my heart and soul, sissy. 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 Oh, look at the cute little kitty.
Warp drive active.
Hi, kitty. You want to sit on my lap? Get off my table now. Thank you. Your scope weapons have 50% more range when aiming. What's this? I was picking a perk. The fuck's going on? Where the fuck am I? What's going on? What was this? What? Why am I way the fuck out here? Some kind of bug. Why did you pop me way the fuck out here? Why? Fucking dumb. Honestly, it's free travel if I wanted to. I guess they like teleported me to some quest with the bunker. I don't know what's going on. Oh, you look really, really weird. Beautiful kitty. Flatwood's monster.
Warp drive active.
Kitty, you're kind of under my arm where it's annoying a little bit. Yeah, you're good. Free stuff. Ooh, asbestos. Automatic receiver for one of those things. I love that I can travel across the world in this no fast travel like world. Mostly walking this mode. Oh, it's a good kitty. My sweet little kitty. She needs them biscuits. Cute little kitty. You fighting with me? Don't fight with me, kitty.
Ever solved in Washington state, a 36-year journey from crime to justice made possible by the relentless march of forensic science. In the summer of 1990, the upscale Seattle suburb of Bellevue was living a nightmare. 3 young women had been savagely murdered in a span of just 10 weeks, their bodies posed in grotesque tableaus that shocked investigators and the community. The killer wasn't just taking lives, he was making statements, turning crime scenes into twisted art galleries of violence and degradation. The perpetrator was George Waterfield Russell Jr., a 32-year-old man who'd earned the nickname the Charmer for his ability to talk his way into any social circle. Born in Florida in April 1958, Russell had moved to the Pacific Northwest as a child with his mother after his parents separated. What followed was a childhood marked by instability, inappropriate behavior, and early brushes with the law. Russell's first victim was 27-year-old Mary Ann Polreich of Redmond. She often spent evenings at Papagayo's Cantina in Bellevue.
Active.
On the night of June 22, 1990, Mary Ann went to the popular nightclub with 2 friends. Her companions left around 9:30 p.m., but Mary Ann stayed behind. She was never seen alive again. The next morning, her nude body was discovered behind the Black Angus restaurant, about a mile from
Behind the Black
Papagayo's.
Angus? That's
The
cold.
scene was deliberately staged. Her arms folded over her stomach, her legs extended and crossed at the ankles, and a Frito-Lay dip container lid covered her right eye. A pine cone had been placed in one of her hands. The medical examiner determined she'd been strangled and that she also sustained a skull fracture and significant facial injuries. Russell had been at Papagayo's that night with his friend, Smith McLean. He borrowed McLean's truck, saying he needed to change shirts to meet the club's dress code. A Bellevue police officer working security saw Russell twice that evening. The second time, around 11:45 p.m., Russell told him he was taking, quote, this girl to her place to get something. The officer described the woman as heavily intoxicated and similar in size to Polreich. Russell never returned the truck that night. When McLean found it the next morning, there was a reddish-orange stain on the passenger seat and a nauseating smell throughout the vehicle. Russell claimed his friend had vomited clam chowder, but the stains were red, not white. About 7 weeks later, Russell struck again. On August 8, 1990, 35-year-old Carol Beath was found dead in her Bellevue condominium. The bartender and single mother sustained severe blunt force injuries that crushed part of her skull. How she was left at the scene suggested a deliberate and deeply troubling display. Unclothed except for red heels, with objects arranged around her and her head covered in plastic. Russell's final victim was 24-year-old Andrea Randy Levine, found dead in her Kirkland apartment on August 31st, 1990. She'd been beaten so severely she couldn't be identified at first.
Why
And
are
the scene
humans
showed
like
further
this?
staging. A plastic object was inserted into her mouth, and a copy of More Joy of Sex was positioned under her left arm. The breakthrough came when forensic evidence linked Russell to the crimes.
BRB.
DNA analysis of semen found on Polreich matched Russell's profile. while fibers from McLean's truck were found on her body. Most damning was a ring belonging to Levine that Russell had given to another woman, claiming he bought it from a street vendor in Canada. Russell was arrested on September 12, 1990, and convicted of all 3 murders in November 1991. He showed no emotion when sentenced to 2 life imprisonment terms plus nearly 29 years. The man who charmed his way into Bellevue's nightlife had revealed himself as one of Washington State's most depraved killers. Today, Russell remains imprisoned at Clallam Bay Correction Center, his charm finally powerless behind bars. Christmas Eve 2007 should have been a night of joy and celebration for the Anderson family in rural Carnation, Washington. Instead, it became one of the most shocking family murders in Pacific Northwest history, a massacre that would claim 6 lives, including 2 young children, all for the sake of money and perceived family grievances. Wayne Anderson, 60, was a Boeing engineer who'd worked hard his entire life. His wife, Judy, 61, was a dedicated postal worker. Together, they'd built a comfortable life on their property in the small town of Carnation, about 25 miles east of Seattle. They had 3 adult children, Mary, Scott, and Michelle. Scott was married to Erica, and they had 2 beautiful children, 5-year-old Olivia and 3-year-old Nathan. Michelle Anderson, the youngest of the Anderson children, lived in a mobile home on her parents' property with her boyfriend of 2 years, Joseph McEnroe. Michelle harbored deep resentments against her family, claiming her brother Scott owed her money and alleging that her parents had mistreated and abused her throughout her life. She was also furious that her parents had begun asking her to pay rent after living rent-free for over a year. On that fateful Christmas Eve afternoon, Wayne and Judy were preparing for their annual family gathering. Judy was in the back room wrapping Christmas presents when Michelle and Joseph burst into the house, each armed with handguns. A Smith & Wesson Model 19, .357 Magnum revolver, and a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. Their plan was as cold as it was calculated. Joseph distracted Judy while Michelle confronted her father in the living room. Michelle fired at Wayne's head, but her gun jammed. Without hesitation, Joseph stepped in and shot Wayne dead. Then they turned to Judy, with Joseph apologizing to her before delivering the fatal shot to her head. The couple spent the next 30 to 45 minutes methodically cleaning up the blood with towels and carpets, dragging the bodies to a shed behind the house. Then they waited for the rest of the family to arrive. Scott, Erica, and their 2 children arrived about an hour later, expecting a joyful Christmas Eve celebration. Instead, they walked into a nightmare. Michelle immediately opened fire on her brother, shooting him multiple times as he charged toward her. Erica was shot twice, but managed to crawl to a cordless phone and dial 911. The brief call captured only screaming and arguing before Joseph tore the phone from Erica's hands, ripped out the batteries, smashed it on the floor, and shot her in the head. Then came the most horrific part of this already unthinkable crime, the execution of 2 innocent children. Joseph later confessed that he apologized to 5-year-old Olivia and 3-year-old Nathan before shooting them both in the head.
What?
His twisted justification? They didn't want witnesses, and they believed the children would be, quote, scarred for life, having seen their parents murdered.
They killed their parents.
In total, the pair fired 16 shots that night. Police had actually responded to Erica's 911 call that night, but when they found the gate to the property locked, they decided not to investigate further. Michelle had run out to lock the gate after realizing Erica's call had gone through. The officers left, and the bodies wouldn't be discovered for 2 more days.
Oh, good.
After the murders, Michelle and Joseph first drove north to Canada, and then south toward Oregon, ultimately arriving at neither destination. They then decided to return and pretend to discover the bodies, a plan that was doomed from the start. On December 26th, when Judy failed to show up for work, her best friend and co-worker Linda Thiel went to check on her. She found the gate still locked, but walked around it to the house. Looking through the window, she saw bodies on the floor and immediately called 911.
Something's wrong.
There's been in my room. 3 people dead that I can see right now. I just came up, she works with me. There's a baby and a man and a woman, and she's my best friend.
While police were processing the crime scene, Michelle and Joseph had the audacity to drive up to the house pretending to discover the massacre. Their act didn't fool investigators for long, and both confessed within hours of being questioned. Joseph McEnroe was tried first in early 2015, convicted in March and sentenced to life without parole in May 2015. Michelle Anderson received the same sentence in 2016. Both remain imprisoned, having destroyed not just 6 lives, but countless others who loved the Anderson family.
Has run out of charges.
The Carnation family killings serve as a chilling reminder that evil can lurk even within our own families, and that greed and resentment can drive people to do unthinkable acts of violence. For nearly 2 decades, a monster stalked the streets of Seattle, hunting vulnerable women with diabolical precision. His victims were found scattered across the Pacific Northwest in rivers, forests, and remote dump sites, their bodies left in the woods like trash. By the time Gary Ridgway was finally caught in 2001, he'd become America's most prolific confirmed serial killer, responsible for at least 49 murders and possibly dozens more. Born on February 18, 1949 in Salt Lake City, Utah, Gary Ridgway seemed destined for darkness at an early age. His childhood was marked by a domineering mother who inflicted corporal punishment for minor offenses. This created a toxic environment that would shape his twisted psyche. Ridgway later told defense psychologists that as a teen, he harbored conflicting feelings of anger and sexual attraction toward his mother. He even fantasized about killing her. His father worked as a bus driver and frequently complained about prostitutes along his route, a detail that would prove chillingly prophetic. Ridgway struggled academically due to dyslexia and exhibited an IQ in the low 80s. At age 16, he committed his first act of violence, luring a 6-year-old boy into the woods and stabbing him through the ribs into his liver. The child survived, but the incident revealed the monster lurking beneath Ridgway's unremarkable exterior. After graduating high school in 1969, Ridgway married his teenage sweetheart, Claudia Craig, and joined the Navy, serving in Vietnam aboard a supply ship. During his deployment, he frequently solicited prostitutes, behavior that would become a lifelong obsession. His marriage quickly crumbled within a year, the first of 3 failed relationships that would fuel his growing hatred of women. In the early 1980s, Ridgway finally found his hunting ground along Highway 99, known locally as, quote, the Strip. This notorious stretch of road near Seattle-Tacoma International Airport was populated by runaway teens, drug addicts, and sex workers, people living risky lives on the margins. To Ridgway, they were perfect victims, women society wouldn't miss, whose disappearances might go unnoticed for weeks.
What woman do you know that isn't valued, you fucking shithead?
Even months. His killing spree began in earnest in 1982, when the first victim was discovered in July. By August, bodies were turning up in and around the Green River, giving the unknown killer his infamous moniker. His method was brutally efficient. He would pick up women along the Strip, often showing them pictures of his young son to gain their trust. After engaging in sexual activity, he would strangle them with his forearm, usually from behind during intercourse. Most victims were killed in his home, his truck, or secluded areas. He then dumped their bodies in wooded locations around the Green River, SeaTac, and other remote sites throughout South King County. Ridgway often returned to the dump sites, later claiming these visits curbed his compulsion to kill again and lowered the chances of drawing attention to himself. The investigation became one of the largest in American history. The Green River Task Force, formed in 1982, included detectives Robert Keppel and Dave Reichert. They even consulted with imprisoned serial killer Ted Bundy for insights into the killer's psychology. Bundy believed the killer was returning to the scenes and urged investigators to watch newly uncovered sites. His prediction was correct, but it didn't bring them any closer to identifying Ridgway. In fact, Ridgway was actually questioned multiple times during the 1980s. He became a suspect in 1983 when 18-year-old Mary Malvar disappeared after witnesses saw her enter a truck matching his. He even passed a polygraph test in 1984. His ability to deceive investigators demonstrated the calculating nature of his crimes. He deliberately contaminated crime scenes with foreign materials, transported some victims across state lines to confuse police, and maintained the facade of a normal family man throughout his killing spree. The murders appeared to slow dramatically after 1985, when Ridgway began dating Judith Mawson, who became his third wife in 1988. He later claimed, "My kill rate went down during this relationship because I truly loved her." Of his 49 confirmed victims, only 3 were killed after he married Mawson, suggesting that his relationship provided some outlet for his violent urges. The breakthrough finally came in 2001, when advances in DNA profiling allowed investigators to match evidence from early victims to saliva samples taken from Ridgway in April 1987. On November 30th, 2001, he was arrested at the Kenworth truck factory where he worked as a spray painter, the same job he'd held for decades while secretly murdering dozens of women. Faced with overwhelming DNA evidence and the possibility of execution, Ridgway agreed to a plea bargain in November 2003. In exchange for revealing the locations of undiscovered victims and providing details about his crimes, he received 48 life sentences without parole instead of the death penalty. A 49th life sentence was added later when additional remains were identified. During interviews, Ridgway admitted to killing so many women that he lost count, claiming the total was probably around 71 victims. He showed investigators numerous dump sites, leading to the recovery of additional remains and providing closure to families who'd waited decades for answers. Today, Gary Ridgway remains imprisoned at Washington State Penitentiary, serving 49 consecutive life sentences. In September 2024, he was briefly transferred to King County Jail to help investigators search for additional remains. The move wasn't disclosed until March 2025, when unsealed court documents indicated the case may be broader than previously confirmed. The Green River murders exposed a system unprepared to protect those living on society's edges and slow to recognize the scale of the danger. The women Ridgway killed were part of families who waited years for answers, and even now, the full extent of his crimes remain unknown. Rain still falls on Highway 99. Forest roads cut into the black timber, and the Green River runs cold beneath the overpasses. In King County,
he's poetic,
violence
this
has worn
guy.
many faces.
This guy's very poetic, and I like his poetry.
Calculated fraud, sudden rage, predatory charm. Detectives followed fibers, DNA, and dead ends. Families held on through trials and years of silence. Some names met the gavel, others disappeared into the mist, lingering at the edges of map lines and memory. The work isn't finished, not here, because where the highways narrow and the woods begin, there are still questions, because someone out there knows what really happened.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rebuttal Podcast, where we break down case law, comedy, and of course, chaos in the legal field. I am your host, Reb Maisel. After a bit of a break from doing this, life got crazy. The world has been crazy, is crazy, will be crazy. I am here and back to talk about a case that is, as you will note, completely, totally unrelated to current events. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, smile, smile. Nod at the camera and wave even, okay? Obviously, during that short hiatus, I was not getting my roots done. I don't want to hear it. My appointment is this week, okay? If you're watching on YouTube, listen. What do you want a girl to do?
Kind of want to turn the sound of Once Human down because I'm barely playing it, and hearing those stupid ass mobs walk by all the time is really annoying me. Turn it down. I don't want to hear all the incidental noise from the game. I don't need that.
All right. Get her hair done. I get it. Okay. I see them. I see it. I see what you see. This is the case of Novak versus City of Parma, Ohio, a 2022 decision by the United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. The opinion that the Sixth Circuit entered in this case was appealed. A writ of certiorari was submitted to the Supreme Court, and through that petition, The Onion, yes, the satirical newspaper, submitted an amicus curiae brief in support of the appellant. Now, if you don't know what an amicus curiae brief is, this is basically the layman term, the layman definition, I would say, for it that I'm going to give you. It could be in a civil case, criminal case, whatever. Most commonly, amicus curiae briefs, at least the most notable ones that people really are drawn to, are ones that are submitted in the Supreme Court, but they can be submitted with leave, I know, in the Court of Appeals. I've written one, a few before, in state Court of Appeal or in...
She's a paralegal.
Federal Court of Appeals.
She's beautiful.
Amicus curiae briefs are basically the equivalent of, if you're in a fight with someone else, okay, Reb versus Maisel, and Reb has a friend that actually has a stake in the game with respect to your rap battle, your argument against the other person, okay? Maybe let's say the other person also took their boyfriend, or maybe let's say the other person is like, I think that if you are allowed to continue doing what you're doing, my boyfriend's gonna be stolen as well. They are allowed to tap in during the rap battle and have chat that they think will be helpful to the referee, right? Deciding who wins. Understood? Amazing. So it doesn't mean that they are treated as a party. It doesn't mean that their amicus curiae brief is even considered sometimes. Every appellate court's rules with respect to amicus curiae briefs are different. Some of them, state courts, federal courts, etc., some of them require that you seek the consent of both sides of the dispute, essentially of the parties, before you're allowed to file. They have to say, yes, that's okay to file your amicus curiae brief. And if one side says no, or you don't get unanimous consent, then you have to seek consent from the court to file an amicus curiae brief, and the court could say no. It just depends. The Supreme Court, as of 2023, January 1st, 2023, they made new rules. Previously, you had to seek consent from the parties and then from the court to be able to, if the parties say no, then from the court to be able to file an amicus curiae brief with respect to a petition for certiorari. So basically you're saying, hey, please, can the Supreme Court please take this case? That's your petition, right? And you can bring, or you can file amicus curiae briefs basically urging the court, hey, you should really look at this, like, please look at this case, and this is why, okay? Or, hey, you really shouldn't look at this case, and here's why not, right? In order to do that now, you don't have to seek consent from any of the parties or from the court. You can just file. They're like, just file it within the deadline. And you would think that that would mean a lot of random bullshit amicus curiae briefs like come on the docket. Not really so much. You have to...
She's beautiful and smart. such a good combination.
Like, the only way an amicus curiae brief is going to be considered is if
She's my type.
it's filed within, pursuant to the requirements that an amicus curiae brief has to fulfill and within the deadline, blah, blah, blah. You get it, okay? Amicus curiae briefs can indeed be helpful to the court. You might think like, okay, they're obviously not going to listen to these random ass people chirping, but sometimes the amicus curiae briefs are written by either lawyers or parties who just are better at like briefing the issues, raise some excellent, phenomenal points with relation to one person's side, in support of one person's side, that maybe are better, honestly, better researched, better written, better presented than the opening brief is, or the respondent brief is by either side, either party. There have been many a time where a Supreme Court opinion or any kind of court opinion that allows, or court that allows amicus curiae briefs, they have cited directly from amicus curiae briefs before. They have pulled from them. They have talked about them in the footnotes. They do read them. They don't read all of them, obviously, but I do believe that there is, and I think any lawyer would believe that there is merit and worth to amicus curiae briefs. There's my long monologue, trying to make it understandable, I guess. This case started with a Facebook page, led to an arrest, trial, ultimate acquittal, which resulted in a lawsuit that ended all the way at the Supreme Court. And in that ending, which I believe is incorrect, an amicus curiae brief was filed that I believe is truly one of the highlights of being in this profession, in this career. Let's buckle up and get started. I am going to fast forward to the point in time where the lawsuit was on appeal, okay? So skip over the page, the arrest, the trial, the acquittal. We're getting to the lawsuit. Okay, didn't like the opinion issued at the trial court, district court, and federal court, and so they appealed up to the Sixth Circuit. This is an excerpt, an exact quote from the decision, a terrible decision, mind you, in the city of Parma, Ohio versus Novak. Quote, Anthony Novak thought it would be funny to create a Facebook page that looked like the Parma Police Department's. The department was not amused. In fact, officers arrested Novak and prosecutors charged him with a state crime. Novak was acquitted at trial, and he now argues his constitutional rights were violated in the ordeal. But because the officers reasonably believed they were acting within the law, Novak can't recover. Quote unquote, that is wrong. In my opinion, that is incorrect. Under the law, I also believe that is incorrect. This man made fun of the police department on Facebook back in 2016. In March 2016, Parma, Ohio resident Anthony Novak created a Facebook page mimicking that of the Parma Police Department, except with their slogan of, quote, "We know crime," KNOW, changed to "We know crime NO" in the About section. He did so anonymously from his phone while waiting for a bus to express his criticism of the department's policies. Now, some bells should be ringing, some lights should be going off in your head here. What does this sound like? Parody. It is.
It is parody.
Exactly that. What other places also engage in parody? The Onion, the Babylon Bee, okay? You know, those places, those websites, those newspapers that pretend to be what they're not, to make fun of the things that they're making fun of. Right. Is parody legal? Yes.
Yes.
What is it legal under? The First Amendment. Correct. You are allowed to parody. I can hop online and pretend to be Donald Trump. I can make an entire account pretending to be him and tweet things that I believe are a criticism parody of him, and that is not illegal. That is not illegal. A few people being confused does not mean that that is not free speech, that that is not allowed speech. Okay? You can understand why that would be, right? Right. Perfect. Posts on the page included job postings that discouraged applications by members of minorities and an offer of, quote, free abortions for teenagers provided by police in the Walmart parking lot. Novak took the page down after about 12 hours.
Wait, what? Hold on. So,
Applications by members of
the Parma Civil Service Commission will conduct a written exam for basic police officer for the city of Parma to establish an eligibility list. The exam will be held on March 12th. The test will consist of 15-question multiple choice definition test followed by hearing
minorities and an offer of, quote, free abortions for teenagers provided by police in the Walmart parking lot.
test.
Talk about seeing stars. That was amazing.
This is sick and weird, though.
Novak took the page down after about 12 hours, during which time 10 people reported it to the police via 911. Because of course they did. When the police department posted to their real page, warning people about his page, he made the same warning on his, which is, again, funny and also parody, okay? That is parody. That's what that is. Quote, unsure what sort of case they had, as in the police are like, how do we make this how do we literally throw someone in jail over this? The Sixth Circuit said, as if they really believed they might have a valid case, quote, the cops consulted the city's law director. Don't know who a law director is. Would love to hear what they got in con law class. What grade did you get, babes? What was that looking like? Because there's no way. He, quote, concluded they had probable cause to charge Novak with a crime, specifically, quote, illegal use of a computer to disrupt or impair police functions. And somehow, 2 judges both agreed with this and issued warrants. The state of the world has been in decline for quite some time with respect to First Amendment principles, okay? And when I say the world,
she's actually really good. I like this girl.
I mean the United States of America.
I like what you said right
First
there.
Amendment principles, has been in decline. Somehow, 2 judges both agreed with this and issued warrants.
I'm going to quote her in a song, because what she said is really beautiful.
The state of the world has been in decline.
The state of the world has been in decline.
Our module has run out of charges.
For quite some time with respect to First Amendment principles, okay? And when I say the world, I mean the United States of America. Mostly because of the misapplication of law across several jurisdictions. Like, I don't understand how how literally weird.
Now, she fired off this kind of Twitter, TikTok, like Overwatch, like almost XQC paste content there, but she said something really beautiful that I quoted her on. The state of the world has been in decline for quite some time with respect to First Amendment principles. Yeah, that's a really fucking good quote, actually.
Where you are in the country can just result in the most wildly different outcomes. I mean, I can't understand it.
I have a cat.
It's something that the law seeks
She has attached herself.
try to combat and prevent, but at this point,
maybe this might be kind of comical. I have a cat suddenly, and she has attached herself to my phone, and now I have a cat playing with me. Now, I didn't ask for this. It just happened. See it? Yep. Oh, I've got a cat playing with me now. Or I'm playing with the cat. I forget, but either way, she's getting played with, and that's what matters. I'm going to wrap this around her face and then choke her. Yeah. Oh, I'm playing with my kitty.
it truly makes me want to lose my mind. Police arrested Novak, searched his apartment, and took his phone and laptop. He was acquitted and then very understandably sued the hell out of the city and the officers involved. But the district court, the trial court at the federal...
Now what?
It truly makes me want to lose my mind. Police arrested Novak, searched his apartment, and took his phone and laptop.
What?
He was acquitted and then very understandably sued the hell out of the city and the officers involved. But the district court, the trial court at the federal level that he filed his lawsuit in...
This poor guy, he's just trying to be a normal dude.
tossed out his case, and the Sixth Circuit, in the opinion I just read from, affirmed. Why? Qualified immunity, that hilarious doctrine that protects officers from lawsuits for violating a federal right unless, quote, the unlawfulness of their conduct was clearly established at the time they acted. Now, while that theory, all right, everything's great in theory, isn't it? The theory behind this doctrine, the doctrine of qualified immunity, sounds like it makes sense, like it's logical, okay? The way the law has developed is utterly insane. And I have touched on it throughout several cases on this podcast. To clarify, qualified immunity holds that an officer accused of violating someone's statutory or constitutional rights is not liable if the right in question was not, quote, clearly established at the time of the alleged misconduct. Qualified immunity has been applied so broadly that officers have been let off the hook for some pretty outrageous things just because a court had not yet specifically held that those specific things weren't okay. The way that this law has developed has basically said that it is the most niche specific, the exact just minute, second by second arrangement sequence of events that happen to the person whose rights are being violated. If those exact sequence of events have not exactly happened to someone else, then I guess, the officer, how are they supposed to know that they were violating someone's rights? Like, we didn't say that someone didn't have a right to not be dragged out of their car, thrown on the ground, handcuffed, tasered in the crotch, and then taken to jail. Like, we've never ruled on a case like that before. Yeah, I'm being serious. Those are the types of scenarios of how I guess qualified immunity has developed. I believe in the negative to unjustly protect police officers to the peril of literally everyone else. Police officers essentially are treated like they are stupid, which they often can be, okay? But under qualified immunity doctrine, they're treated like they have empty heads, just brains filled with nothing relevant or important or basic or common sense, or even filled with the law that they're required to.
Which might be the reality.
Okay, to do their jobs, but then qualified immunity suddenly says, oh, well, like, how are they supposed to know the law? Then there have been a just treasure trove of examples of things that police officers have done and they have been protected against, I guess essentially being sued for, okay, because of qualified immunity, that have absolutely been rallying cries over and over again, petitioning the Supreme Court, petitioning every court to try to modify, to try to remedy qualified immunity, to modify it, to make it so that it's not so damn broad. These are just a few cases that demonstrate how bad it has truly gotten. Corbett versus Vickers, 11th Circuit, 2019. Qualified immunity granted for officer who, hunting a fugitive, ended up at the wrong house and forced 6 children, including 2 children under the age of 3, to lie on the ground at gunpoint. The officer tried to shoot the family dog, but missed and shot a 10-year-old that was lying face down.
What? You tried to shoot the dog?
18 inches away from the officer. The court held that there was no prior case where an officer accidentally shot a child laying on the ground while the officer was aiming at a dog. So the officer got off. Couldn't be sued, kept their job. Not even in trouble. Jessup versus City of Fresno, 9th Circuit, 2019. Qualified immunity granted for officers who stole hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and rare coins from a person while executing a search warrant. The court held that the theft was morally reprehensible, but could find no prior case that addressed these exact specific circumstances. So how were the officers supposed to know that this was a violation of someone's rights? Yeah, I'm being dead serious. Doe versus Woodard, 10th Circuit, 2019. Qualified immunity granted for social worker who strip searched a preschooler without a warrant and photographed her naked body. Oh, God.
What? You mean
using a county-issued cell phone.
It's a child
social worker
molester.
never told the child's mother about the search, and the mother only learned of the search when the child told her mother that she hopes not to see the social worker because, quote, I don't like it when she takes all my clothes off. The court could find a no prior case with similar facts. Young versus Borden, 11th Circuit, 2017. Qualified immunity granted to officers who, without a warrant, started banging on an innocent man's door without announcing themselves in the middle of the night. When the man opened the door holding his lawfully owned handgun, officers opened fire, killing him. One dissenting judge wrote that if these actions were permitted, quote, then the Second and Fourth Amendments are having a very bad day in this circuit. Qualified immunity
I mean,
was
they
indeed
are.
granted. Estate of Smart versus City of Wichita, 10th Circuit, 2020. Qualified immunity granted for officer who heard gunshots and
I like
fired
this
into a
girl.
crowd of hundreds of people in downtown Wichita, shooting bystanders and killing an unarmed man who was trying to flee the area. The court held that the shooting was unconstitutional, but there was no clearly established law that police officers could not, quote, open fire on a fleeing person they perhaps unreasonably believed was armed in what they believed to be an active shooter situation. AM versus Holmes, 10th Circuit, 2016. Qualified immunity granted to officers who arrested a child for burping in gym class, despite state law providing that officers could not arrest school children for, quote, noises or diversions that merely, quote, disturb the peace or good order of individual classes. Because there had not been a case about a burping child, despite the fact that the law was indeed clearly established, this officer is protected. You getting the trend? Allah versus Milling. Qualified immunity granted for prison guards who kept a man awaiting trial on drug charges in extreme solitary confinement for 7 months. His alleged misconduct was asking to speak with a lieutenant about why he was not allowed to visit commissary. The court held that his constitutional rights were violated, but there were no prior cases concerning the particular practices employed by the prison. Seems like this is a bad standard, don't you think? Thompson versus Rar, 2018, in the 9th Circuit. Qualified immunity granted for a police officer who, during an ordinary traffic stop, pointed a gun at the driver's head and threatened to kill him if he didn't surrender on weapons charges. There was no prior case sufficiently on point to deny qualified immunity. Kelsey versus Ernst, 8th Circuit, 2019. Qualified immunity granted to a police officer who grabbed a 5-foot-tall, 130-pound woman in a bear hug and body slammed her to the ground, breaking her shoulder and knocking her unconscious. The woman was neither fleeing nor resisting arrest, and she posed no threat to the officer or anyone else. The court held that it was not clearly established that an officer couldn't use a takedown maneuver under those specific circumstances, where she was not fleeing or resisting arrest. Baxter versus Bracey, 6th Circuit, 2018. Qualified immunity granted for officers who sent a police dog to attack a man who had already surrendered and was sitting on the ground with his hands in the air. The court held that a prior case holding it unconstitutional to send a police dog after a person who surrendered by laying on the ground was not sufficiently similar to this case involving a person who surrendered by sitting on the ground with his hands up.
Yeah, I don't like pigs either.
I just feel like
this is
everyone,
how they all
it's
act.
either that everyone is in psychosis or I'm in psychosis.
It's not you. I was I had my ribs broken by somebody who I let citizen arrest me because I was trespassing, and then they tossed me because they couldn't figure out what I was doing there. Besides, I told them I was looking for my cat, but they didn't believe me because they couldn't figure out what I was doing there. They rough rided me all the way to the fucking jail. And by rough ride, I mean they threw me in the back of a paddy wagon with broken ribs and bounced me around for a couple of hours. And I really don't like police because of this sort of thing. They could have not done that, and I might still respect them.
Welcome. May's message didn't exactly make it clear why you wanted to meet with me.
That's how it feels to read any qualified immunity case. These are just a sample, right? Like these are just a few. And most of them are from, late 2010s.
Is that so? You did well to find.
Deep breathing. Deep breathing.
Given the
Brennan
nature-
versus
to be
Dawson,
honest,
6th Circuit 2018. In an effort to administer an alcohol breath test to Brennan, who was on misdemeanor probation, Officer Dawson violated Brennan's
right.
Fourth Amendment rights. Officer Dawson parked his car in front of Brennan's home with his lights and sirens blazing for over an hour. Officer Dawson then circled Brennan's home 5 to 10 times. Officer Dawson also peered into the windows of Brennan's home, as well as knocking on the windows. Officer Dawson covered the home security camera with police tape. Brennan ultimately blew a 0.00 into the breathalyzer. While this was clearly a violation of Brennan's well-established Fourth Amendment rights, Officer Dawson, you guessed it, was granted qualified immunity. Zade versus Robinson, 5th Circuit, 2019. Officers barged into a doctor's office without previous notice or a search warrant before demanding access to medical records of 16 patients. The officers involved in the unethical and illegal search were granted qualified immunity. White versus Pauley, the Supreme Court, in 2017. After an alleged road rage accident, 3 officers arrived at Mr. Pauley's house where he lived with his brother. Rather than announce their presence, they approached the house in a covert manner. When the brothers became aware that there was someone on the property, they asked, quote, "Who are you and what do you want?" Without explaining that they were police officers, the officers yelled to Mr. Pauly and his brother, who remained inside their home, "Hey, slur, we have you surrounded." Officers then stated, "State police opened the door." Without giving the reason for their presence, as the police were behind a closed door outside of the home, all the brothers heard were one of the officers demanding, open the door, and we're coming in." The brothers were still unaware that it was police officers surrounding their home. In an effort to protect themselves, the brothers yelled, quote, "We have guns," to hopefully ward off the intruders. The brothers fired a warning shot before one of the officers shot and killed one of the brothers without probable cause in the first place to go to the brothers' property, other than an alleged road rage incident that the officers basically killed a man because of that, and they were granted qualified immunity. So that's the sample that you got, all right? So, of course, in this instance, you can imagine that this person, okay, our parody Facebook account, man, Novak, who ran this and said, "Hi, these were my First Amendment rights," okay, and was acquitted, he's going to file a lawsuit against these officers, basically saying, "You were pissed off because I was making fun of you." This page was up for 10 hours, mind you, okay? And sorry, a few people were confused. That doesn't mean that my First Amendment rights can't also be exercised. You're insane and crazy. You violated my rights by claiming that I was interviewing or interfering with police business when I was not. So what did the officers say? Qualified immunity, of course. That's the defense, because it's worked literally every single time before. So why not now? Yeah. Among other things, the Sixth Circuit agreed with the officers. Said, yeah, qualified immunity. They pointed out that Novak hadn't just posted fake stories mocking the police department. He had also modeled his page after the department's and, quote, deleted comments that let on his page wasn't the official one. In other words, the Sixth Circuit criticized a parodist for making his parody look like the original. That is how parody works. Indeed it is. I know that this might sound, okay, on the surface, like, ooh, yeah, I don't know about that. Is that really something that we can combat here? I mean, yeah, it does sound like it's interfering. No, just because it's a police department doesn't mean that you're not allowed to parody them online. That is what parody is. First Amendment. Okay? Perfect. We have separate and specific laws relating to people dressing up as police officers and pretending to be police officers, putting sirens on their cars, right? Those are separate laws that are already addressed. They're already addressing those issues. You can't look at a First Amendment issue and then immediately go, well, it's the same thing as dressing up as a police officer. No, it's not. It's quite literally not. It is quite literally not. That is how parody works. And no one knows that better than The Onion, which is, if you don't know, you should definitely be up to speed. Type in The Onion, take a gander, take a look. They are...
So yeah, CIA realizes it's been using black highlighters all these years.
Are a parody newspaper. They have been parodying brilliant things, brilliantly, for a long time now. So who better to explain this concept of parody and the First Amendment to the Supreme Court, which is where this case ended up, after Novak's lawsuit was essentially dismissed based on qualified immunity, okay? Basically, The Onion clocked in when Novak filed a petition for writ of certiorari with the Supreme Court, have the Supreme Court review the case to say, hey, if you take this case on, rule that, yes, this is a violation of the First Amendment. Rule that, yes, parody is, of course, included in the First Amendment. Please and thank you. Why, you may ask? Well, because they have a stake in the game. You understand how amicus curiae briefs work. But in this instance, okay, the idea behind The Onion even filing an amicus curiae brief, okay, was the first of its kind. They had never done so in a case before this, ever. In the history of The Onion, they hadn't done that yet, okay? What I'm about to read to you is the real life, actually filed, not a joke. Well, it is a bit of a joke, but it's also incredibly sincere because it's highlighting how stupid it is to not rule in favor of the First Amendment in this regard. Yes, qualified immunity is a different damn beast, okay, that we need to tackle, as demonstrated by the cases that I spoke about, that I gave you examples of, all right? But with respect to whether, like, the question, that basically the Sixth Circuit and the lower court added to their analysis dismissing this lawsuit on qualified immunity grounds. They basically implied that this actually wasn't rightful parody. Incorrect. Extremely loud. Incorrect buzzer. No, you got that wrong, and let's get it clear, okay? Let's get that clear and consistent, okay? Since you can't get qualified immunity to mean anything other than just police can get away with breaking every law, every right, every moral principle we have in society in the book. We got that, okay? Gathered. We got that part. Amazing. Keep that up for sure. Sarcasm. At the very least, don't include in your opinion that this isn't clearly protected First Amendment activity, okay? Goodbye. The Onion did this so beautifully, so brilliantly, so concisely. I genuinely have no way of giving it to you in a summarized form other than reading it to you word for word. Yes, this was filed with Supreme Court. Yes, it is. Google it. Googly doogly. Brief of the Onion as amicus curiae in support of petitioner. Filed by Stephen J. Van Stemfort, Counsel of Record, D. Andrew Portinga of Miller Johnson, 45 Ottawa Avenue in Grand Rapids, Michigan. If you are here and listening in, these two attorneys, I salute you. I really do. What is their interest, right? Because amicus curiae filers do need to state their interest in the case, okay, to be taken seriously. So this is what their interest is. The Onion is the world's leading news publication, offering highly acclaimed, universally revered coverage of breaking national, international, and local news events. Rising from its humble beginnings as a print newspaper in 1756, The Onion now enjoys a daily readership of 4.3 trillion and has grown into the single most powerful and influential organization in human history. In addition to maintaining a towering standard of excellence to which the rest of the industry aspires, The Onion supports more than 350,000 full and part-time journalism jobs in its numerous news bureaus and manual labor camps stationed around the world, and members of its editorial board have served with distinction in an advisory capacity for such nations as China, Syria, Somalia, and the former Soviet Union. On top of its journalistic pursuits, The Onion also owns and operates the majority of the world's transoceanic shipping lanes, stands on the nation's leading edge on matters of deforestation and strip mining, and proudly conducts tests on millions of animals daily. Active. I am doing my very damned best to not laugh as I read this.
Why?
Just a quick aside,
just,
okay?
Just laugh
Can
at
we
it.
pause the reading for a minute to explain to you? This is my audition tape, my first acting debut, all right? I hope that you will bear with me with the straight face that I'm working on, okay? Acting coach included. This is my debut. All right, this is my film. This is my self-tape. The Onion's keen, fact-driven reportage has been cited favorably by one or more local courts, as well as Iran and the Chinese state-run media. Along the way, The Onion's journalists have garnered a sterling reputation for accurately forecasting future events. One such coup was The Onion scoop revealing that a former president kept nuclear secrets strewn around his beach home's basement 3 years before it even happened. That's correct. If you guys didn't know, in 2017, The Onion posted a parody article that said, quote, Mar-a-Lago assistant manager wondering if anyone coming to collect nuclear briefcase from Lost and Found. March 27, 2017. What everyone, hopefully listening to this podcast knows, and if you don't, here you go. Here's some education. What later happened is Trump actually was found to have kept a bunch of top secret classified documents, all right, in bathroom at his Mar-a-Lago home. Like, the thing was raided, all right? He was keeping all this shit literally strewn about years later. Listen, I'm not a rocket scientist or anything, but I do believe that in the state of America now, I'm shocked every time an Onion article ends up being false. If you want me to be honest, every time I see a headline from them now, I have to double, triple, quadruple check that it's actually them. 90% of the time when I see any headline now from a legitimate news source, I assume that it's The Onion.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
And keep it moving. And then I have to scroll back up and go, wait, no, it's not. Let's keep going. The Onion files this brief to protect its continued ability to create fiction that may ultimately merge into reality. As the Globe's premier parodists, The Onion's writers also have a self-serving interest in preventing political authorities from imprisoning humorists. This brief is submitted in the interest of at least mitigating their future punishment. Next heading, Introduction and Summary of Argument. Americans can be put in jail for poking fun at the government? ? This was a surprise to America's finest news source, in all capitals, and an uncomfortable learning experience for its editorial team. Indeed, quote, Ohio police officers arrest, prosecute man who made fun of them on Facebook, end quote, might sound like a headline ripped from the front pages of The Onion, albeit one that's considerably less amusing because its subjects are real. So, when The Onion learned about the Sixth Circuit's ruling in this case, it became justifiably concerned. First, the obvious. The Onion's business model was threatened. This was only the latest occasion on which the absurdity of actual events managed to eclipse what the Onion's staff could make up. Much more of this, and the front page of The Onion, would be indistinguishable from the New York Times. Second, The Onion regularly pokes its finger in the eyes of repressive and authoritarian regimes, such as the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Democratic People's Republic of North Korea, and domestic presidential administrations. So, The Onion's professional parodists were less than enthralled to be confronted with a legal ruling that fails to hold government actors accountable for jailing and prosecuting a would-be humorist simply for making fun of them. Third, the Sixth Circuit's ruling imperils an ancient form of discourse. The court's decision suggests that parodists are in the clear only if they pop the balloon in advance by warning their audience that their parody is not true. But some forms of comedy don't work unless the comedian is able to tell the joke with a straight face. Parody is the quintessential example. Parodists intentionally inhabit the rhetorical form of their target in order to exaggerate or implode it, and by doing so, demonstrate the target's illogic or absurdity. Put simply, for parody to work, it has to plausibly mimic the original. The Sixth Circuit's decision in this case would condition the First Amendment's protection for parody upon a requirement that parodists explicitly say up front that their work is nothing more than an elaborate fiction, but that would strip parody of the very thing that makes it function. The Onion cannot stand idly by in the face of a ruling that threatens to disembowel a form of rhetoric that has existed for millennia.
Yeah, they stood out for this one. They were like, nah, this is where we live. If this guy loses, then we can't make fun of people anymore.
Yeah, that is particularly potent in the realm of political debate, and that, purely incidentally, forms the basis of the Onion writers'
I wonder if they
pages.
hired this
The
guy.
next heading is their argument. Parody, heading number one in their argument is parody functions by tricking people into thinking that it is real. Tu stultus es. You are dumb. These three Latin words have been the Onion's motto and guiding light since it was founded in 1988 as America's finest news source, leading its writers toward the paper's singular purpose of pointing out that its readers are deeply gullible people. The Onion's motto is central to this brief for two important reasons. First, it is Latin, and the Onion knows that the federal judiciary is staffed entirely by total Latin dorks. They quote Catullus in the original Latin in their chambers. They sweetly whisper stare decisis into their spouse's ears. They mutter cui bono under their breath while picking up after their neighbor's dog. So the Onion knew that unless it pointed to a suitably Latin rallying cry, its brief would be operating far outside the court's vernacular. The Supreme Court presumably read this. The second reason, perhaps mildly more important, is that the phrase, quote, you are dumb, captures the very heart of parody, tricking readers into believing that they're seeing a serious rendering of some specific form, a pop song lyric, a newspaper article, a police beat, and then allowing them to laugh at their own gullibility when they realize that they've fallen victim to one of the oldest tricks in the history of rhetoric. The very nature of parody is to catch the reader off guard at first glance, after which the victim recognizes that the joke is on him to the extent that it caught him unaware. It really is an old trick. The word, quote, parody stretches back to the Hellenic world. It originates in the prefix para, meaning an alteration, and the suffix ode, referring to the poetry form known as an ode. One of its...
They're like an ode to pair something with, like, here's something humorous. Here's an ode of something humorous.
Earliest practitioners was the 1st century BC poet Horace, whose satires would replicate the exact form known as an ode, mimicking its meter, its subject matter, even its self-serious tone, but tweaking it ever so slightly so that the form was able to mock its own idiocies. This is not a mere linguistic anecdote. The point is, instead, that without the capacity to fool someone, the parody is functionally useless, deprived of the tools inscribed in its very etymology that allow it, again and again, to perform this rhetorically powerful sleight of hand. It adopts a particular form in order to critique it from within. How obsessed are you with this writing, just first and foremost? Excellent, exquisite legal writing from the Onion's attorneys. I can't say enough. This brief is perfect. Parody leverages the expectations that are created in readers when they see something written in a particular form. This could be anything, but for the sake of brevity, let's assume that it is a newspaper headline, maybe one written by the Onion, that begins in this familiar way. Quote, Supreme Court rules ... Already, one can see how this works as a parodic setup, leading readers to think that they're reading a newspaper story. Obsessed with how they're breaking this down just line by line, because yes, it does sound as stupid as it actually is to assume that parody does not exist within our First Amendment framework. Like,
I like her, and I got the point. I'm gonna move on. Oh yeah, they popped this earlier. The jury is on drugs, Your Honor.
what do you call a 6-week period in which you and a handful of very, very recent acquaintances get drunk every day at lunch, sleep through the afternoon, sell weed to each other, smoke weed with each other, and whip out a few bags of cocaine to snort when the time feels right? For a group of 12 people in Florida in 1987, they would call it jury duty.
Oh my god.
So, yeah.
Good, good. If you ask me, I don't. You're like an osh. So. Who, me? Doubt you? Not a chance, Step. I knew you were a
Ooh, 10,000 credits, nice.
Better this than being some dust right there.
Come in, Deputy. Take a seat.
This won't take long.
Ugh.
While you've been in the field, we've had more reports, unfortunately. It's worse. How's your investigation? That's assuming he... Otherwise, you'll...
Let's move on. I asked the other rangers to share their opinion. We'll start. She was grateful for your timely arrival. Nia says you were... That shows me. Duty has to... I'm glad you understand.
Be safe out there. Let's continue. We've got a detailed... He said you... And you were right. Helping people.
You got result. Price was...
Ranger McMillan. She said you... Sounds like...
So what happened? I doubt he gave you... Makes sense. What about my... I guess I'd want the...
Excuse me, Marshal?
Not now, Alex.
I know, but this... I've done it. Now, I don't know exactly...
The factory.
Under the terms of the...
But they didn't just... The facility was on... It could be a...
Can I just teleport there? It is across the universe, you know. I should be able to teleport there instantly. I realized that if I buy a wired keyboard, it needs to be a keyboard that has lights. Yay.
That's right. In an affidavit filed later, a juror described himself as, quote, flying high during the entire trial. Another juror stated that he felt like, quote, the jury was just one big party. This is the story of a very wild, very bad drunk jury that caused so much trouble their case made it all the way to the Supreme Court with one simple question. Does a jury's verdict still stand when they were, for all intents and purposes, hammered the entire time? The Supreme Court said yes. It stands. And to this day, that rule is still the rule. Other cases of jury misconduct over the years have gotten crazier and crazier, including in one case where a jury convicted a man of double homicide by consulting a Ouija board. I wish I was joking. We are breaking down Tanner versus United States and going over jury misconduct, why we should care about it, and why the rule is what it is. We are going to wade through all of these messes and more in today's episode of the Rebuttal Podcast. My name is Reb Maisel. I'm once again your host, and because I do my
Reb Maisel
research so thoroughly and so well, I am recording this after a night of having a little bit too much fun. Legal fun. Okay, legal fun. I'm 29, so that means that having too much fun is like having 3 beers after 10 p.m., right? Mm-hmm. Not feeling great the next day. That was me, is me right now. I wanted to get in the mindset, the headspace of what the jury was feeling for 6 fucking weeks. So don't say I don't commit to the bit for y'all for this damn podcast. Thank you. The facts of this case, I personally don't think can be understood properly unless you have the summary at the beginning. So here's this beautiful, gorgeous summary, okay? And then we're going to get into the nitty-gritty, the knitter-gritter, so that you can enjoy it. Great, amazing. This case involves a company called Seminole Electric Cooperative Incorporated that we're going to call Seminole, okay? It is a Florida corporation owned and operated by 11 rural electrical distribution cooperatives. They generate and transmit energy, electrical energy to the co-ops, okay? Seminole does. Seminole, this cooperative, obtained a bank loan, a federal bank loan, to fund construction of a power plant near Palatka, Florida. This loan was over $1 billion, okay, that it borrowed from the federal government. As part of this loan and as part of the plant's construction, an access road would be built. Okay, 51-mile long access road, a big fucking access road, all right? As part of this loan and the construction of the plant, okay, a federal agency called the Rural Electrification Association, the REA, guaranteed Seminole's loan and had the rights, okay, in return, to supervise the project, which included supervising and approving who worked on it, what contractors were happening with it, what materials were being used, et cetera, all right? Federal oversight over the $1 billion loan that we just gave you, all right, to basically be able to control this project without actually being the boots on the ground, okay? You get it. William Conover, one of our co-defendants, was Seminole's procurement manager, and he, at this time, did not understand that you cannot fuck with the federal government in this way. No, you cannot. Okay? No. Stop it. Enough. No, you can't. He steered,
Save the drone,
pushed contracts for fill materials for this 51-mile long access road to his friend, Anthony Tanner, the other co-defendant, who illegally compensated Conover in cash and cash equivalent services, quote unquote, whatever that means, in return for steering Tanner the contracts. Amazing. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty of the facts that the Supreme Court was focused on. Under the loan contract for this billion-dollar plant that was going to be built, the REA could supervise the construction and equipment of the electrical system and inspect, examine, and test all work and materials relating to the construction project. REA bulletins and REA memoranda required Seminole to obtain REA approval before letting out certain contracts and required certain bidding procedures to be used depending on the type of contract. So you can't just like pick who you think is the best and let it happen. No, they wanted to have a bidding process for certain situations,
Oh, it's
for
all
certain
foggy and
materials,
fucked up
for certain, obviously, sub projects and things. People who are in construction know it gets fucking complicated.
I love this shit. This is what I would do in real life. I would steal people's airplanes, and I would land it on my own private strip, and I would go through the whole plane and steal everything. That's the kind of thing I would do, honestly, if I had any kind of money, or if mankind had ever worked with me in any way or form, or you know. And that, I went from very full to very low very quickly.
Warp drive active.
I'm just gonna go reset because this seemed to be a lot of damage. But we killed a bunch of them. Just go, Doc. Sarah's like sitting here because like looking at the dead body. She's like, I'm not sure I should have married you. What? What? I mean, I killed the flight staff of this fucking ship and stole it. What do you want from me, Sarah? That's what the game told me to do. I wouldn't normally go kill these people. Fucking Bethesda told me to do that. Bethesda's the corrupt motherfucker, not me. Ooh, X-Tech.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
So cool. It's like, what time of day is it? It's 6 in the morning, so the sun's rising, I guess. In Jemison.
Well, Captain. All things considered.
Look at that. Look how smaller this ship is. Damn, yeah, you had a lot of stuff, huh? Yep. I'm just here to steal, and then I'm gonna sell this ship and go back to my other ship. But you know, all the credits, they're worth it, because I can buy cool weapon upgrades and X-Tech and stuff like this. All this, it's my property now. I own this ship now. It's my ship. I killed them rightfully for it. Their bodies are lying there. It's my ship now.
Hello,
I imagine this is about 10,000 credits. Probably all in all, it's like 20,000 credits, which isn't that much, but it is something. Wait, never mind. There, I know. There's a little bit more. Ship parts. No, just pick up all that stuff here. So I'm over encumbered now, but that doesn't matter. I can just exit the ship and leave this thing and sell it. That's the whole ship, right? Did we get everything?
looks good at my station, Captain.
Alien sandwiches, huh?
And to override that, to circumvent that, is a no-go. Okay, it's a no-go. Don't do it. The plans for this coal-powered electrical plant.
She reminds me of one of my best friends when she was young. This is so how she was. My friend B, she's exactly like this. I haven't spoken to her now in 20 years or something.
And in Palatka, Florida, required.
That should look her up. You're single, aren't you? I know you are. You're single. Oh my god. I don't know. Is she gonna have a profile pic? I don't know. If she does, she gonna pop right quick. She's probably on one of my best friend's Facebooks that I still... I'm not seeing her face pop, which is kind of sad. She's probably married.
Any trouble?
I would see her getting married. I think that's what she wanted most. I'm getting out of this thing finally. I stole everything that was here. And now I'm going to sell the ship. And I feel like a pirate. And I love that Bethesda allows me to be a pirate. I think this is more fun than Windrose, you know? Stealing this ship was more fun than Windrose. Definitely. Now I'm going to sell it, which feels really good. Switch to sell. Oh, no, wait, no. I want to go back to the Razor Leaf. Wait, go back. I want you to view and modify ships. I want you to register this first thresher. Then I want you to come to the Razor Leaf and make my home ship. Then I want you to sell ship. Sell this first thresher. You don't have enough credits? You don't have any vendor credits, son of a bitch. Why? You won't buy anything from me? Why? I guess that sort of makes sense. It's my own shipbuilder console, I guess. Alright, take me to the New Atlantis. You're carrying too much, you can't fast travel. Okay. Well, now I can fix that right here, I guess. I want to go to the Razor Leaf and I want to dump all, not my mist, but my resources all in there. And then in 8, I'm going to have some ship parts. Those are really heavy too. Yeah. Good. This, I don't really need... I should just sell resources because I don't do outposts in this game anyways. They're to me, they're not worthless content. It's not worthless content that you can make a cool outpost like this. I think it's really cool. But I also don't think it really adds to the combat side of the game, which is something that I really needed to do, but it doesn't. There should be a constant attacks on this, and there should have been a whole system of like invasions and robbers that come, and they're like, your base is under attack. Should you go? Do you want to go defend it? Just like 76. I don't know why they didn't make this better. It needs to be more involved than it is. But now they're done working on this game, and you can see that Bethesda's big time and the sun is over. I've got this weird secret hope. No, wait, I can't. Oh, yeah, I came back here. Yeah, I came back here to... Yep. Oh, wait, no. No, wait, go back. Undock. No. No. Oh, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I would prefer to repair. Yeah.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission
again.
requested. Docking request accepted.
Like, I did work on an outpost one time, and it really added nothing to the fucking game, nothing at all. Now I just look at it as a fucking time sink, and I put like 5 or 10 hours into it. I put like 5 or 10 hours into my fucking outpost last time, and I have the save. I can go back to my base that I'm talking about. I still have that save. It's not gone. But I mean, like I'm sure there's passive income that you can get doing this that's probably really good, and it's probably the best way to get passive income is to deal with the whole outpost system. But even then, like, I don't know, the killing pays so much money that there's not really any reason to waste your life away on it. I suppose there's probably achievements and stuff like related to it, but I mean, I don't really care about that. I like this outpost, but I also really don't care. I really don't care. I want to go sell this ship at the Jemison Docks. Yeah, just landed at the Jemison Docks, yeah. Okay, I have to go repair this Gila. Good.
If it belongs on your ship, then I'm... Oh, please, take a look.
It's odd that, yeah, what's going on here? Okay, there we go. I'm gonna keep the mag sniper, and this pacifier is probably really good too. It's got like, that's a good shotgun, but I don't know, my shotty is probably better. This is a good shotgun that might even be better. Or no, this is a machine gun, I think, actually, and it's a crazy powerful machine gun too that maybe should take up a slot. So let's go take a look at that first, I guess. Yeah, no problem. I can't sit here like this. I've got to move or they'll gank me. Wait. Or, well, I don't think it matters. Never mind. Yeah, I want you to go out. Just go out. Well, no. I do want you to dock. Fuck it.
I don't see any records from that hauler out to sea down here. What was his name again? When's the last time he delivered?
Oh, that guy. His name was, it's on the tip of my tongue. Jeez, it's something simple, too.
Shut up.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
My friend Pat has definitely rubbed off on me. The giggity. No, my friend Pat, he's actually so funny. He was a funny guy. He would constantly make me laugh because he is kind of this dire, dark person. He was, but he wasn't. He was one of the nicest people I've ever met too. So that when he said something dire, it was really funny. It was like genuinely funny. He'd be like, "Shut up." And that is my friend Pat. I'm quoting my friend Pat. He'd be like, "Shut up!" If something annoyed him, eventually he would just be like, "Shut up." Pat was a really good, interesting guy, actually. I wrote a poem to Pat one time because I didn't have any money to pay him rent. He was a good friend, good friend. I was like, "Look, I don't have any money, and we're gonna have to deal with that. But here, just take this poem. It's like," and I was like, "Follow my friend Pat. He's from Patagonia. He's the greatest Pat that's ever patted." That's the poet. That's the poem that I wrote for Pat because I didn't have any money. I was a drug addict. I was living in his garage. Mag sniper. So, what are we currently using as a sniper rifle?
I'm not trying to pester you, but I really do need...
I need to sell Misk, but I think you're out of money, right? Yeah, you're out of money unless I buy something. So let's see what sort of aids you have. Do you have med packs? I want you to sort by alphabet, yeah. Med packs, 2 of them. I'll take them. That's it, though, huh? Yeah, trauma packs, I'll take them. I need meds. Then what else? Technically the notes are all XP, kind of. If I ever do the Sam Co quest, I should do that. And yeah, I'll take a Digipick. That put 3,000 on her. She's out of money now, though. Let's sell some mines and stupid shit, I guess. Yeah, like that stuff. Get rid of that. Is Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster full voiced? Is Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remastered full voice? Aw. Text-based. I want a Final Fantasy VII remake that actually gives me the game. That has like an actual, it's just a faithful translation just with full voice is what I want.
the construction of the 51-mile access road. The road required materials that would support heavy trucks and resist flooding. And in March 1981, 2 years after construction, Conover was informed that Seminole's current construction contractor was having difficulty obtaining enough suitable fill material for the road. Now, remember, Conover is the Seminole procurement manager guy. The contractor indicated that it had not attempted to locate alternative fill materials and that the contract price would have to be increased in order for him to complete the road, and so that contract was terminated. Okay? Following a Seminole meeting at which Conover was informed of the difficulty in building the patrol road, Conover called a friend, Anthony R. Tanner. Okay? Don't work with your friends. Tanner owned a lime rock mine, and the two discussed the possibility of using lime rock and lime rock overburden as an alternative fill material. The issue with this is that lime rock is soft. Okay, it's pretty soft for the shit that they need to do here. So, like, from jump, they're not using their brains and their noggins. They're already, like, to even say that, like, oh, what? Like, I was just, like, trying to find a solution. Babe's like, this was not a solution. Okay, this was not a solution. It was not. Apparently, I mean, I'll get to it, but it was, like, the Florida climate and the soil and the foundation, everything. They were like, why the fuck would you use that material? And they did. They tried and they did. Seminole acquired lime rock overburden from Tanner on an interim basis so that the road construction could continue while bids were solicited for the remainder of the project. Seminole called for bids on a contract for provision of fill materials as well as a contract for building the road. Both contracts were to be paid with loan money guaranteed by the REA, the federal government, okay? And the contract for building the road required the REA's approval, period. The final specifications for the two contracts, which were prepared by Conover's procurement department, were favorable to Tanner's company in several respects. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, okay? They're fudging the numbers here to get the REA to choose Tanner as opposed to anyone else more suited for the trabajo, for the job, which is what I like to call fraud. You're defrauding the federal govy. Is that going to work out for you? It is not. Tanner was awarded both contracts on May 14th, 1981. The fill material contract paid approximately $1.4 million, and the road construction contract paid approximately $500,000. In 1981, I don't know how much that is, but it's a lot. All right, it's a lot. Several problems developed after Tanner began working on the road. There was a dispute as to whether Seminole or Tanner were required to maintain access roads leading to the patrol road. Conover advised Seminole that the contract was ambiguous and that Seminole should pay for maintenance of the access road. So, like, Tanner's already causing problems. Like, this is my thing. If you're going to defraud and you, like, get away with it, okay, at this juncture, you got the two contracts, okay? You're thinking, let's go, let's do this. You should just put your head down and do the fucking contracts. She's a good lawyer. Right? Now you're bitching about the maintaining the access road and conditions, and you're claiming the contract's ambiguous. Baby, the contract was that was you. You got that. You got it, right? You got the contract. Have your cake and eat it before I kill you. You got the cake and now you're like, whoa, I want to heat it up. You can't heat it up. That's what you ordered. Okay, that is the benefit that you get. Shut your mouth, sit down, and close your mouth. Better yet. But, of course, Tanner didn't. Okay, Tanner did not. He's bitching and moaning at Seminole about ambiguities in the contract and all that bullshit. So, ultimately, Seminole was like, okay, fine. Like, I guess we'll pay for this fucking access road that you claim you need in order to build the main 51-mile road, whatever the fuck, okay? Later, the REA complained that the bond provided by Tanner was not from a bonding company approved by the Treasury Department. In two letters to another bonding company in July 1981, Conover represented the construction on the patrol road to be considerably more advanced than it was at the time. So already it smells fishy to the federal govy, okay? Post securing these contracts, they're like, wait. And it was also discovered, which I think was the nail in the coffin, to be honest, for like literally jump-starting an entire federal investigation, was that during the course of construction, the lime rock, which weakens when wet, Florida, it weakens when wet. And you're in Florida. That's where you're listen. The jokes write themselves. Okay, the jokes fucking write themselves.
They do. It's like the Grover House.
Used in areas subject to flooding in Florida.
In Florida.
For these For those areas, Tanner's company provided and spread sand at a higher price than the sand provided and spread by the first contractors.
You can go down to the beach for that.
They're just like upping the price on shit. This is not good criminal work, okay? And look, I'm not down for anyone to be violating federal law and defrauding anybody, of course not, committing crimes, if you will. But I can always at least respect the hustle in the game when you're like, oh, like almost, right? Almost had it.
Almost
you
had
did
it.
everything right until like one Johnny Jamoke fucked it up for you. No, like both of these guys are the Johnny Jamokes. Just
Johnny Jamokes
everywhere, every which way, to the point where if I were their defense attorney,
it's a normal person. Well, she's not a normie, but she's like actually from the real world. It's very refreshing. So many of these people on YouTube are fucking freaks. But it's like, man, like I was a taxi driver for 17 years. So her whole bona fide lawyer thing is a fucking turn on for me. Cause it's like, man, you're not a normie. You're just real. You know, she's not a normie. She's real, you know, and that's so rare on YouTube. It's always some freak or some lolcow. I'm the lolcow, I guess. Whatever.
I would look them dead in the eyes and go, Lime Rock, Florida.
Lime Rock. Florida.
Perfect. So we're going to plead down.
We're going to plead
There
down.
was heaps of evidence as well that came out later that at the time Conover had called Tanner about using Lime Rock as the fucking film material.
She hangs
for this
around
patrol road.
too many.
Tanner and
you can hear in her voice that she hangs around too many douchebags who are hotshot lawyers. You can hear it in her voice, like for her whole law class and all this. There's a bunch of fucking uppity douchebags in her law class that jaded how she acts. It sucks. You can hear it in her voice. She hung around the sharks too long. And that's why she's doing a podcast, because the sharks, not so good. I am very hurt because I did not turn on my hardeners, and that's not so good. I'm going to have to go back to base, basically, right now. Maybe I should call back, because I really fucked this up, and I basically have to start over again. Maybe I can get a couple more kills, you know, before I have to leave. Maybe I can out-heal this DPS check. I don't know. I just killed another one. We'll just see where it goes. If I hear the noise, I'll leave. Okay, take me home. I don't have to walk, which is so cool. I actually really like this. I like this mode more than Raid Zone because it doesn't make you walk home, frankly. I mean, it's so valuable to me. I can just jack off back home, you know? Just like, I'm done with this, take me home. 3 seconds later, you're home. That's how Rush should be, but they could never do that in the Rust reality. It's sort of sad. Is there anything that's close? No, I shouldn't have fired my missiles at this thing. I seem to be speed tanking all of this damage, so, I mean, whatever DPS check that I was losing, I've met now.
Conover were friends.
Or tank check, whatever.
And they had engaged in several business deals together.
I would very much like to sexually congress with this girl.
And through the...
She is a fucking turn-on for me. An extremely smart woman, totally autistic, fucking beautiful, and she knows case law. And I can't tell you how much of a turn-on that is to me. Women that actually know stuff, not all of them are, like, ignorant, you know, but a bunch of them kind of are. They just don't really follow something in their lives.
The course of this...
It's misogynistic what I'm saying, but I'm not saying that, like, from a sexist point of view. I'm saying it like many of the women I've been around, they don't pick a life's passion like this, like the law, and they don't follow anything.
Constructing the road, just there had been a lot.
I had I forget what television show it was, but there's this line that I never forget where it's like, her whole plan is to move into somebody else's life and take it over, and that's how I think a lot of the females I've met kind of are. They don't want to go be a lawyer or a doctor or a gamer. They want to move into your life, and that's, you know, that's okay, but. You know, I would prefer if they had a life's passion like this that drove them.
A lot of money exchanging hands, okay? That was very clearly, like, under the table.
Like, the last 3 normie girls that I dated, if you were to ask them what they were doing with their lives, they would say surviving. And that's not a good enough answer. You need to be like, oh, I'm a streamer and I chase it really hardcore. Or, oh, I'm a lawyer and I chase it really hardcore. Or I'm a doctor and I chase it really hardcore. or whatever. You know, I want some answer out of them other than, oh, I don't know. I work at the DMV or whatever. And it's like, nah, that's not good enough for me. I'm sorry. It's not like I'm discerning. I'm just saying like that's something I look for. I'm not saying that I judge them when they aren't like that. It's just something that I look for. It's a turn on. Like Cloud Candy, I could tell that sooner or later she would end up in some kind of astrology job because she's actually a fucking, like, genuinely world-class gifted astronomer and astrologist. And she had a passion for, she knew all the stuff there was to know about astrology and tarot and stuff like this. And she was an oracle in many ways. And that stuff drove her. It like drove her more than anything else. She'd be like, what's your sign? Her favorite her favorite game to play was let me guess your sign without any hints. Right, just on based off of your fashion and how you look, and she's good at that too. And she would be like, okay, and so our favorite game was she would turn on YouTube, and she would put on somebody on the screen, and she'd be like, "What's their sign?" And I would be like, "Leo," and she'd be like, "I think it's Leo too." And then we would look up their birth date. She'd be like, "It was a Leo," and that's her favorite game to play of all time. And that it's an indicator that she had a passion, a deep, deep passion for astrology. Now, I didn't have that same passion, but I did respect it and I liked it a lot, you know? Oh no, I had to go back because I was low. Yeah. Oh, well.
Table, like, you scratch my back, I scratch yours type thing. Okay.
You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, but my back is my balls. This is Norm Macdonald joke.
Okay. Obvious paper trails. I mean, look, they did not write the book on being a criminal. I'll tell you that much. If they did, don't read it. In June 1981, before the patrol road was finished, representatives of one of the members of the Seminole Cooperative requested that Seminole end all business relations with Tanner. Seminole initiated an internal investigation, after which...
I like how this is a total case thing that went all the way to the Supreme Court, so she respects that and talks about it, but what it's really about is the jury was high on cocaine. And it's just funny, but she is covering the case because she is actually super smart. You can tell that she really wants this to be successful. She's writing it well.
Seminole suspended and later demoted Conover for violations of the company's conflict of interest policies. You can get demoted, baby. That's just fine. But when the federal authorities start knocking on your door, it's time to piss your pants a little bit. Time to lawyer up, for sure. In June 1983, this investigation wrapped up with Conover and Tanner being indicted. Okay.
She's married.
Okay, on charges.
She's been married twice.
Felonies. Prison.
She's wearing both rings, maybe.
Time. Okay, prison time potential. But
no, yeah, she's married, and this is her. Oh yeah, she's real married. She is off the table, as it were. She's married. I always do this. I always like really pattern on someone. I'm like, oh, I could be with this girl. She's my actual type. And then I look at their ring on their fucking finger and I feel twisted around like the Police song wrapped around their finger.
I'm sure that Conover and Tanner
some of it is she's flashing her wedding ring. She's actually like flashing it.
Both have loved to at least get this thing over with.
If you can't read it. Yeah, look, she's got two of them too. What does that mean? One's like her wedding ring that she's wearing on her ring finger. The other one is a full-blown like gold ring that she bought.
Like, oh, I don't know, maybe one.
Or it might be like a class ring, like some kind of sorority ring, maybe.
Trial. Oh no.
Jesus Christ, qualified people intimidate the flying fuck out of me. I've got more credentials than them. I've done more crazy things than her. I've got more credentials. I was a cashier for 13 years. I didn't have a fancy job like lawyer or paralegal, but I was a fucking like entrepreneur with his own LLC and his own transportation company selling rides to people like the cartel or anybody that would buy them for $500 an hour. And that's more elite than what she's ever reached. Now she can bill hours at $2,000 starting or whatever if she's a lawyer. But she's not a lawyer, she's a podcaster. Just like me, I'm not a taxi driver anymore. So it's sort of weird.
Oh, this whole thing was chaos from the start, not just because of the drunk smashing wild, jury gone wild situation.
She has the autistic fire in her eyes, and that's such a fucking turn on to me. Very seldom do the YouTube ladies actually, I mean, they turn me on all the time, but I'm talking about like, oh, wow, this one's actually like, you know, this one actually had an effect on me. And that's rare, because usually the fire is not in their autistic eyes, but in hers, it is there.
Week trial first.
See it? There's fire in those autistic eyes. And they are autistic eyes. I had the same exact sort of green eyes. You know what I'm saying? You'd have to zone in and you'd have to get rid of the glasses and the unpleasant turtle look. But I mean, I've got the same autistic eyes.
Okay, their first trial resulted in a hung jury and a mistrial was declared. So they re-indicted them. Okay, round 2.
Re-indicted?
The first count in this re-indictment. Alleging conspiracy to defraud the United States in violation of federal law.
They're not trying to rip off the United States. They're just negligent.
Alleged separate instances of mail fraud
in
violation of federal law. Conover was convicted on all counts. Tanner was convicted on all but
damn,
count
they
3.
fucked him. They fucking spread both of them. They fucking spread both of them on all kinds of federal beefs. For what? Like being slow on a contract?
Tanner's attorney filed a motion in which
where it's like no.
Conover subsequently joined.
No, we're gonna take this. We're gonna appeal.
Seeking continuance of the sentencing.
Oh no, continuance
date and permission to interview jurors in evidentiary hearing in a new trial. Okay, so like big motion. All right,
yeah, that is
trial.
Big motion,
You're kidding. That's a big thing to ask for.
It is.
What is your grounds? Well, according to an affidavit accompanying the motion, Tanner's attorney had received an unsolicited telephone call from one of the trial jurors.
Oh no! One of the drunk fucking coked out fucking jurors literally called the defendant? Oh no! That's like one of the worst disasters I've ever heard of in law.
Vera Aspule. Juror Aspule informed Tanner's attorney that several of the jurors consumed alcohol during the lunch break.
What? They like narked him out? The one sober person in the jury narked out all the other jurors? What the fuck, number 4?
At various times throughout the trial.
What are you, not a coked out drunk fucking juror stuck in this stupid ass trial for 5 weeks? Let him be. What else are they doing? They're probably paying attention in court, I would imagine.
Causing them to sleep through the afternoons.
Oh no, they're like sleeping through the...
The district court continued the sentencing date.
All the jurors were cool, so when they all ended up in the same hotel or whatever, they just started partying. I love stories like this, actually. I have a whole history with this sort of thing. I will subvert 5 or 10 people and turn them into a full-blown raging 700-person party. It's something that I do. Sometimes there will even be methamphetamine and shit involved or whatever. It's insane. It's something that I do. I lost another drone, did I? Oh, no. I just lost one. But yeah, I'm known for subverting giant parties and taking them other places and stuff like this. I'm actually kind of famous for that.
Saying, okay, that's wild. Maybe let's, you know what I mean? Like, let's like pause for a second.
Like, so I used to be like, oh, let's go to this girl's house. And they're like, dude, you threw a party at your house tonight. And it's like, yes, I did. Well, but we're taking this on the road. And it's like, but we've been drinking all night. Yeah, well, we're taking it on the road, whatever.
Like, and figure this out, all right? They then ordered the parties to file memoranda and heard argument on the motion to interview jurors. The district court, the trial judge, concluded that juror testimony on intoxication was inadmissible under federal rule evidence 605
When has that ever been true?
The jury's verdict. So essentially, like, throw it out, okay, and have a new trial.
I'm not
about
moving
it.
again.
The district court invited petitioners, the defendants, to call any non-juror.
I fucked up again, and I didn't move this time. Last time it was the hardeners. This time is because I didn't move. God damn it! Now I've got to go back and get my shield full again. This is the 3rd time I tried to do this. At least I didn't lose a drone.
Witnesses such as courtroom personnel.
I like this girl. She had a powerful effect on me.
In support of the motion for a new trial, and they did. Okay,
she's an ex-meth addict. It's one of the reasons why I really like her. She's got meth history. I can see it in her fucking eyes.
The court was
she's got meth history.
Basically relying on
it's a little bit of a tinge of red in the white. Oh yeah, you got me down so quick. All right, fine. Just call back and go home, and I'll try to do this better next time. Hurry up, you. Fuck.
Warp drive active.
No, don't log me. Okay, so I have all the money off this guy. Or her, excuse me. Yeah, I want to go sell stuff, I guess. I want to sell MISC to the UC distribution center.
A new trial, and they did, okay?
I can't believe how fucky this case is. Before the coked out jury. This case is already so fucky right at the start.
Lying on this.
She needs to know it because of, you know, passing the bar and all this.
Evidence 606B to say, hey, like, we can't have juror testimony, and I'll explain it to you later, okay, why exactly that is. After a verdict's already been rendered.
No, why would the jury's like point of view ever be taken into consideration after the gavel is banged on the conviction? At that point, you dismiss the jury, and we don't want anything more from you. You poor people have been stuck here long enough. I don't even want your opinion, frankly. Just go home, right? That's how we deal with juries, right?
To basically overturn it, like, that's not we're not going to do that. Do you have anyone else? And they were like, yeah, actually we do. I mean, courtroom personnel, right? Like bailiffs, like clerks, everything, okay? And even one of the defense attorneys took the stand to basically say, yes, they were hammered drunk. Yes, they were fucking partying. Yes, it was a shit show. Tanner's counsel, when he took the stand, testified that he had observed one of the jurors in a, quote, sort of giggly mood at one point during the trial, but did not bring this to anyone's attention at the time. Okay, like, giggly mood. I mean, connecting the fact that they were hammered, sure, but, like, she was just, like, really giggly. I'm sure it was a shit show in there, though. I'm sure people were acting weird. But, like, say something during the trial, not after the verdict. Fuck. Earlier in the hearing, the judge referred to a conversation between defense counsel and the judge during the trial on the possibility that jurors were sometimes falling asleep, okay? Because they were hitting it early, apparently, at 9 a.m.
9 a.m., they're just drunk, and they're like, I don't want to be here, and I don't care about this stupid corporate case. Nobody was killed. Nobody was raped. Nobody cares about Whitey stealing from Whitey in the corporate sector. Nobody fucking cares about that. So they're all drunk and coked out, because they're just like, Jesus Christ, I can't go home to my husband or my wife. And I don't really blame them. I actually really like human beings when they just be themselves.
Okay, typically
I actually really like humans when they act like themselves.
Like, you will bring the jury in probably around 9 or 10 a.m. like at the latest.
Yeah, like 10, 9, 10, but probably more like 8:30 in the morning.
Like jury schedule. Sometimes it's like right at 8 a.m. on the dot. Like you don't even.
That was like 8:30 is late. 8:30 is kind of late. That's like that's assuming that the judge kind of sits there and the clerks kind of shuffle their papers for a bit. Like normally it's like 8 in the morning.
Of, chat.
No, I said 8:30 because I would say 8:30 is probably about how late you could be. Anybody, whether you're the jury or whatever, you can probably be 8:30 is the latest you can be for any member in the court.
For very long, you're just like, all right, like bring them in, and they're in. Okay, they're in and sat. So to give you an idea, all right. By the afternoon, they were done. Like they were done. So they were PTFO, pass the fuck out. And this is a 6-week fucking trial. Okay, 6 weeks. I swear to God, there's another juror who comes forward and confirms this. The entire 6 weeks,
trial.
like no breaks.
Just partying every day.
No stop. Bus,
really?
Club, another hit of beer, another shot of liquor, another line of coke.
They did, like, that's what they did for 6 weeks. That's what I would do if it's a corporate sector case. Be like, what the fuck? They took us out of our jobs and our lives. We're not going to get fired because we're on jury duty, and we got pulled. But, oh my God. Okay, so now, what did I do wrong here? I did something wrong. I want that microcell. I want this schematic. Yeah, like anything that I might actually value. I don't think there's anything else, but I'm just going to go through and double check here and make sure I'm making any other mistakes. Probably that thing. All right, so good. I sold
You're
MISC.
always welcome back, if you don't mind a bit of a wait.
Oh, yeah, I know. Okay, now we go back to destroy the mercenary patrol ships.
Another blunt.
I like this girl. She's entertaining me. That's very rare.
I'm sure that jury room smelled crazy as hell.
That jury room smelled crazy as hell.
In the green.
If we're being serious, okay, if we're being really dead serious. And I'm sure there's even more drama about like people maybe like having canoodling. We don't know, okay, but at least 2 jurors were like, I am not about this, even though they definitely partook. We'll see. During an exchange between the judge and counsel during trial, when the defense counsel was like, hey, like, jurors are falling asleep, what's going
Level 32. This Starfield character got up really quick.
on? Okay, because mind you, and this will be stressed like later, you'll learn. During trial is when you want to mention this shit. Like, during trial.
Yeah, you don't want to do this afterwards.
Like, that's when you want to be like, hi. No, like, that fool smells like a liquor cabinet and he's passed out, mouth open, catching flies. We need to stop this right now, okay? And one of the defense attorneys tried to do this. And during that exchange, the judge advised counsel to immediately inform the court if they observed jurors being inattentive and suggested measures the judge would take if he were so informed. The judge noticed that, okay, maybe some of them are inattentive. I will keep an eye on it. And then it wasn't mentioned again. Keep mentioning it, please. The judge also observed that in the past, courtroom employees had alerted him to problems with the jury. They were tattled on, okay? Quote, nothing was brought to my attention in this case about anyone appearing to be intoxicated, the judge said, but he added, I saw nothing that suggested they were, okay? According to the judge. And of course he's gonna try to CYA anyway, right? Because if he was like, yeah, I noticed them being hammered drunk, I mean, it's your job to control the courtroom, like figure it out, you know what I mean? Like this is not chill. But whatever. Following this hearing, the trial judge, okay, the district court filed an order denying this motion for a hearing and denying their motion for a new trial, saying, I find no reason to have a hearing to interview jurors. Like, there's no reason for it. There's just simply no reason. Denied, okay? And they appealed immediately. Defense counsel appealed both motions to the 11th Circuit appellate court, okay, circuit court. While the appeal of the denial of those motions was pending, okay, in the 11th Circuit, Tanner's attorney received an unsolicited visit at his residence, at his home, from a second juror, Daniel Hardy, which is...
That's so improper. You might as well call the cops right then and there. This juror showed up at my house. It's a clear conflict of interest, but I don't want the trial to be a mistrial, so come bounce him off the jury pool.
Wild, okay? And on that basis, basically what they talked about, what Daniel told him, he filed a second completely new motion for a new trial and a second motion for a hearing to interview jurors, okay? Saying, hi, there's even more additional evidence that shit was bonkers back there in the jury room.
Shit was bonkers.
Let's hear it. In Tanner's interview with Daniel Hardy.
I love it when shit breaks down in the real world. I think it's so funny. Like fucking jury pools, that shouldn't break down. That's such a bureaucratic fucking thing. That no way they should even be allowed alcohol at all.
He stated that he felt, quote, like the jury was on one big party.
Yeah, like the jury was on one big party. You're all middle class people. You like you've been given an excuse to not go to work for 5 weeks or something like that. You're bored as fuck. You don't care because nobody was murdered or raped. It's just some white people who ripped off some white people in some fucking private sector case. And so you just fuck off and you just fuck off and drink and get high for like 5 weeks. And they all want to do that because they're being forced into it anyways. So like who cares? And at the end of it you're like, oh, Whitey robbed Whitey. Do I really care? The answer is no. God damn it. I love that sound. I thought they got such good sound there of the rockets kind of getting slower and stuff. So, I want to exit ship.
Greetings, Captain.
Greetings, butthole. Sorry, I just said what came to my mind. The robot is kind of a butthole. He doesn't care if you murder people. What? Can I get that other ship or whatever? I am here trying to... Oh yeah, I want to, I was gonna sell that ship. Yeah, I forgot. God damn it. I forgot why I came here. I totally spaced it. Oh yeah, I am trying to repair this ship, yeah. I don't have to repair it or whatever. It's just... Oh, yeah, if I come here, it's free. I think it's free to repair it when you come here. So, now, what do I do? I want to go out to the next place or whatever.
Hardy indicated that...
I love this case. It's actually so funny. The coked out jury is the... honestly, the cherry on the cake.
7 of the jurors drank alcohol during the noon recess.
7 of the 12 jurors were wasted.
4 jurors, including Hardy.
They were like sexually active with each other.
Including Daniel, the one who's the whistleblower here, the second whistleblower, consumed between them, quote, a pitcher to 3 pitchers of beer during various recesses. 3 other jurors who were alleged to have consumed alcohol.
Because it's so boring. Like, Whitey robbed Whitey in this stupid-ass Corpo case. Nobody got murdered or raped, so what do we care? So it's how many pints, or I'm sorry, how many pitchers can you get through at lunch?
Alcohol. Hardy stated that on several occasions, he observed 2 jurors having 1 or 2 mixed drinks during the lunch recess, and 1 other juror who was also the 4th person. Okay, the one.
But I mean, who cares about 2 mixed drinks at lunch? I don't care about that. Honestly, I'd be okay if a bus driver did that, frankly. I don't care about that. I don't care. I don't want to shame him for having 2 drinks at lunch. I really don't care about that. You know, I'm sorry, maybe I'm weird and I'm from a pub culture in Colorado, but I don't give a 2 shits if somebody has 2 beers at lunch or like a pitcher. I don't care about that. I guess I'm just not weird. You won't let me land for whatever fucking reason. Yeah, I need you to actually let me land. Let me land here. You're so dumb.
Who's like the one in charge of the jury, okay? Like, you all elect a person to be the 4th person and be like the head, the speaker for the jury, okay? It's like a class president, but for the fucking jury. Yeah, the fucking 4th person had a liter of wine on each of those 3 occasions.
Nice. A liter?
A liter of wine. Juror Hardy also stated...
A liter is like a whole bottle, right? It's like a bottle.
That he and 3 other jurors smoked weed quite regularly.
Like who cares? Yeah, who cares? Like
during the trial. Moreover,
nobody raped or murdered each other. It's just Whitey stole from Whitey. So who cares if I'm stoned during this jury thing? I don't care. Just like my real job.
Hardy stated that during the trial he observed 1 juror ingest cocaine 5 times and another juror ingest cocaine 2 or 3 times. And mind you, this is just what Hardy saw and is willing to say, right? So they're doing it openly in front of that one guy 2-3 times. I'm sure it was a lot more than that, okay? A lot more than that. 1 juror sold a 1/4 pound of marijuana in 1987, okay? It's illegal everywhere. 1 juror sold a 1/4 pound of marijuana to another juror during the trial and took marijuana, cocaine, and drug paraphernalia into the courthouse. It's not funny.
Yes, it is.
It's kind of funny. Yes, Hardy noted that some of the jurors were falling asleep during the trial and that one of the jurors described himself to Hardy as, quote, flying.
Flying.
Hardy stated that before he visited Tanner's attorney at his residence...
This is so boring. I would normally get drunk and stoned. What?
No one had contacted him concerning the jury's conduct, and Hardy had not been offered anything in return for his statement. Hardy said that he came forward to, quote, clear my conscience, and, quote, because I felt that the people on the...
I have problems like this. I probably couldn't do jury duty, because I know that I couldn't stay sober for 6 weeks. What's in it for me? My civic duty? That's not good enough. You're going to have to put a gun behind that. It would take a gun, straight up a gun, to prevent me from getting high for 6 weeks. That's not happening. You'd have to stick a gun. You have to put a gun to my head.
Jury didn't have no business being on the jury.
Yeah, like, it didn't have no business being on the jury.
I felt that Mr. Tanner should have a better opportunity to get somebody that would review the facts right. End quote,
yeah.
Which is admirable.
Yeah,
right?
It is.
He had some integrity here. Okay, he was gonna own up to some shit.
I felt like we're not doing the people that drew us here justice. Yeah, I could see that. You want me to get out? I don't want to get out right now. I want to do it during the daytime.
Well, hello, sunshine.
Hi.
And, not for the sake of getting people in trouble, but for the sake of having the 2 defendants, have a fair trial. But, I mean, and I'm not going to say in this jury's defense, because of course that's wild and none of you should do this. All of you should be jazzed about jury duty because you're doing your civic duty, okay? And we need some fucking sane people on the fucking juries, okay? I'm looking at you. But you shouldn't be jazzed about jury duty for the wrong reasons. Like this, you know what I mean? You shouldn't be fingers crossing hoping that Daniel the drug dealer is gonna be in your lineup, okay? Maybe do partake in these things some other way, Okay, some other way in some other venue for sure. But I will say in their defense that the summary I gave you of these facts, right, of like mail fraud, whatever, right, they're charged like mail fraud and conspiracy to defraud the federal government, all that shit. The density of the facts of this fucking case and like the contracts and the fucking road and the fucking
she's quite funny
lime shit that wasn't working and the soft and the this, it is like explained in the worst way of all time. I read it 4 times and was like, wait, what the fuck? And no. So, like, they weren't getting, for 6 fucking weeks of this trial, for 6 weeks.
6 weeks? I was right about 6 weeks. I knew it was 6 weeks. I'm like, I know this is like 6 weeks before the judge just won't waste their time anymore. I'm like, yeah, it's about 6 weeks of getting fucked. Yeah, and so they all got drunk and high during it.
Guys.
Because everybody's drunk and high, even since the 1980s. Even since the 1980s, everybody's been drunk and high, even the jurors. I don't trust a jury in America. I don't trust a cop in America. I don't trust drivers in America. I know everybody's been fucking high since 1975 or whatever.
Listening to the...
You never hung out with them? You know everybody in the world, everybody in this country has been getting drunk and high since 1975. Maybe you don't because you're a square. But I mean, most people, that's how their lives are.
Fullest testimony of people going on and on to like lay the foundation for what Lime Rock is and for what this contract is and the federal government and what this agency does. I would also need a drink. I think I wouldn't have one, but I would need one. Unfortunately, the majority of these jurors caved into the need, the desire, and said, we're going to bring it right into the courthouse. Goodbye. These renewed motions were denied just like last time. They were appealed.
The jury's on drugs, Your Honor.
Last time, the cases were consolidated. The 11th Circuit denied, okay, affirmed the convictions and denied these motions, and it finally went up to the U.S. Supreme Court, okay? They filed a petition for writ of certiorari, and the Supreme Court said, yes, we'll take it. Thank you so much. This is a great issue. Maybe we should clear it. When this was pending before the U.S. Supreme Court, a lot of lawyers and legal scholars thought, wow, this is a very extreme example of the application of this particular rule, Rule 606 of the Federal Rules of Evidence, that could absolutely add a new exception to this rule. That would be great, because the rule as it stands doesn't necessarily include this as something that was contemplated a little, okay? But let's hear it, okay? This is what the rule says before I get into the opinion, the court opinion, all right? This is the rule that has to be invoked in this in relation to questioning a verdict, okay? A verdict meaning like it's already happened. This doesn't have to do, okay? Asterisk here so that all y'all know. This does not have to do with jury incompetence or misconduct discovered during the trial. Okay, like pre-verdict, right? During the trial. This is post, okay? They deliberated and they rendered a verdict post-verdict, okay? This is the rule that applies. Rule 606B says, during an inquiry into the validity of a verdict or indictment, a juror may not testify about any statement made or incident that occurred during the jury's deliberations, the effect of anything on that juror's or another juror's vote, or any juror's mental processes concerning the verdict or indictment. The court may not receive a juror's affidavit or evidence of a juror's statement on these matters. And I'll explain to you the public policy reasoning behind that rule. Okay, I will. So don't freak out. Don't hold your breath. Keep breathing. I'll get into it. There are exceptions to this general rule, and those are that a juror may testify about whether 1, extraneous prejudicial information was improperly brought to the jury's attention, 2, an outside influence was improperly brought to bear on any juror, or 3, a mistake was made in entering the verdict on the verdict form. Very narrow exceptions here. The argument that Tanner's defense counsel made was that, hey, this is an outside influence. Meaning like the drinking and the drugs and the partying was the outside influence that was improperly brought to bear on all the jurors. Okay? They assert that contrary to the holdings of the district court and the Court of Appeals, juror testimony on ingestion of drugs or alcohol during the trial is not barred by Federal Rule of Evidence 606.
Wow, so they don't care if you're drunk and high as a jury. They just want you to do the job.
6B, which is what I just read to you. Moreover, defendants argue that whether or not authorized by Rule 606B, an evidentiary hearing including juror testimony on drug and alcohol use is compelled by their Sixth Amendment right to trial by a competent jury. Emphasis on competent, okay? Which is indeed correct. This is a direct quote from a United States Supreme Court case prior to when Tanner was decided, and it's still good law. It's still a good quote. Quote, "One touchstone of a fair trial is an impartial trier of fact, a jury capable and willing to decide the case solely on the evidence before it." End quote. Do you see how this can fuck up the Sixth Amendment right to a competent jury in your trial when people are hammered and doing ripping lines in the back room? Liters of wine and mixed drinks. The foreperson is boozing. Okay.
The foreperson is boozing.
Drug, alcohol. We're having drug deals go on. Okay, in the room. Shit is.
I sold a quarter-pound to that dude a month ago. I had him come by my house.
Hands. I mean, it's a great argument to make. Okay, like, is this really a fair fucking trial here? Competent jury. Emphasis on competent.
Are you smoking that shitty swag? Because I have a QP of that dank ass shit. Bring me $1,600 to my house, and I'll give you QP. You know I'm not lying, bro, because I got to show up to jury duty tomorrow. And the guy's like, "Really, $1,600? You get me fucking a QP of dank marijuana?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'll get you a quarter pound. Yeah, no problem." And he probably knows somebody like my friend Jed who can just get him jars. One time, you know, what comes to my mind. Hey, brr. I love that sound. It's so much better than the normal sound. Brr. Damn, you got fucked up, motherfucker! Go to sleep, motherfucker. Go to sleep. Brr, brr. Brr, brr. Nothing like the sound of dudes in slow motion dying. Hi. I'm gonna slow it down because it'll be funny. Sorry. Oh, damn. You got fucked up, motherfucker. Oh, damn. Brr.
I'm a man of action. I've got no use for lies. So when I tell you that you're being...
I'm reloading and I'm coming for you, bitch. I don't care about what you say. I like the sound of them moaning as they die when I'm fucking all high on drugs. You're a tool in the hands or whatever. Oh, you know what that means. I'm sorry. Boom, bitch! People say this is a bad game. I don't think it's a bad game. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought there was a dude. What a waste. God damn it. I thought I saw a dude. Damn, that door is slow. That's not too good. I don't want to land in lava. No. Okay. Fuck you. Shut up, you. Oh, what's that sound? Oh no. Kill my pretty. There's 6 battleships left, but they've cracked me, and I've got to recall and go back home, I guess. That's unfortunate, but oh well.
Warp drive.
Yeah, that's a lot of battleships, yeah. But hey, at least I cleared this thing and I made a lot of money.
Well, let's hear it. Let's see. Okay, let's see it. Let's understand it. This Supreme Court opinion was written by Sandra Day O'Connor, which is pretty recent in her tenure as a Supreme Court justice, the first woman on the Supreme Court. So 2 parts of this opinion were unanimous, okay? All the justices said, yes, we join. But then 2 other parts of the opinion were a 5-4 split, okay? 4 justices dissented and 5 were down for the get down. I will read parts of the dissent, but most of it relates to, drug and alcohol abuse.
Docking permission requested. Docking request.
This is what the majority opinion said. By the beginning of this century, if not earlier, the near universal and firmly established common law rule in the United States flatly prohibited the admission of juror testimony to impeach a jury verdict. Exceptions to the common law rule were recognized only in situations in which quote, extraneous influence was alleged to have affected the jury. In a case called Maddox, this court held admissible the testimony of jurors describing how they heard and read prejudicial information not admitted into evidence. The court allowed jury testimony on influence by outsiders in Parker versus Gladden and Remmer versus U.S., where a bailiff's comments on the defendant were chatted at, okay, to the jurors, which is outside influence. And then in Remmer, a bribe was offered to a juror, okay? So those are all situations that the Supreme Court has already said, yes, those qualify as the exceptions that a juror is allowed to testify on after the verdict, okay? What about the drug and alcohol use? Well, let's see. In situations that did not fall into this exception for external influence, however, the court adhered to the common law rule against admitting juror testimony to impeach a verdict. Substantial policy considerations support the common law rule against the admission of jury testimony to impeach a verdict. As early as 1915, this Supreme Court explained the necessity of shielding jury deliberations from public scrutiny. Quote, let it once be established that verdicts solemnly made and publicly returned into court can be attacked and set aside on the testimony of those who took part in their publication, and all verdicts could be, and many would be, followed by an inquiry in the hope of discovering something which might invalidate that finding. Jurors would be harassed and beset by the defeated party in an effort to secure from them evidence of facts which might establish misconduct sufficient to set aside a verdict. If evidence thus secured could be best used, the result would be to make what was intended to be a private deliberation the constant subject of public investigation, to the destruction of all frankness and freedom of discussion and conference. Supreme Court's holdings requiring an evidentiary hearing where extrinsic influence or relationships have tainted the deliberations do not detract from, but rather harmonize with, this weighty government interest in insulating the jury's deliberative process. The court's statement in Remmer that the, quote, integrity of jury proceedings must not be jeopardized by unauthorized invasions could also be applied to the inquiry petitioners seek to make into the internal processes of the jury, aka in this case right here in Tanner. There is little doubt that post-verdict investigation into juror misconduct would in some instances lead to the invalidation of verdicts reached after irresponsible or improper jury behavior. It is not at all clear, however, that the jury system could survive such efforts to perfect it. Allegations of juror misconduct, incompetency, or inattentiveness raised for the first time days, weeks, or months after the verdict seriously disrupt the finality of the process. Moreover, full and frank discussion in the jury room, jurors' willingness to return an unpopular verdict, and the community's trust in a system that relies on the decisions of lay people would all be undermined by a barrage of post-verdict scrutiny of juror conduct. Federal Rule of Evidence 606B, which I read to you earlier, is grounded in the common law rule against admission of jury testimony to impeach a verdict and the exception for juror testimony relating to extraneous influences. Petitioners, meaning defendants in this case, have presented no argument that Rule 606B is inapplicable to the juror affidavits and the further inquiry they sought in this case. And, in fact, there appears to be virtually no support for such a proposition. Oof, already. When you read that as an attorney, you're like, it's done. It's over. Rather, petitioners argue that substance abuse constitutes an improper outside influence, quote unquote, about which jurors may testify under Rule 606B because an outside influence is one of the exceptions. In our view, the language of the rule cannot easily be stretched to cover this circumstance, however. However severe their effect and improper their use, drugs or alcohol voluntarily ingested by a juror seems no more an outside influence.
There's another whole dungeon. Yeah. That's okay.
Cavalry was the greatest fighting force the Freestar Collective has ever seen. At the Battle of Nira, the 1st Cavalry was destroyed. Why? Because the generals got scared and asked for a truce. I've got no sympathy for cowards, or for the people who put them in power.
I don't want to turn the voice off. Reminds me of Red Dead. Way better than Red Dead, though. Running low on shotgun rounds, which isn't too good. Where? Oh yeah, I need to go back to where I was.
Warp drive active.
Than a virus, poorly prepared food, or a lack of sleep. It's a bold statement. That's a bold comment. In any case, whatever ambiguity might linger in the language of Rule 606B as applied to juror intoxication is resolved by the legislative history of the rule. The House Judiciary Committee that passed the rule described the effect of the version of Rule 606B transmitted by the court as follows, quote, as proposed by the court, Rule 606B limited testimony by a juror in the course of an inquiry into the validity of a verdict or indictment. He could testify as to the influence of extraneous prejudicial information brought to the court's attention, aka a radio newscast or a newspaper account, or an outside influence which improperly had been brought to bear upon a juror, for example, a threat to the safety of a member of his family. But he could not testify as to other irregularities which occurred in the jury room. Under this formulation, a quotient verdict could not be attacked through the testimony of juror, nor could a juror testify to the drunken condition of a fellow juror, which so disabled him that he could not participate in the juror's deliberations, quote unquote, in 1973, The House Committee literally put that as an example in their commentary on the rule. So, like, fuck. Really? But fuck. Permitting an individual to attack a jury verdict based upon the jury's internal deliberations has long been recognized as unwise by the Supreme Court. As it stands, then, the rule would permit harassment of former jurors by losing parties, as well as the possible exploitation of disgruntled or otherwise badly motivated ex-jurors. Public policy requires a finality to litigation, Sandra Day O'Connor says, and common fairness requires that absolute privacy be preserved for jurors to engage in the full and free debate necessary to the attainment of just verdicts. Jurors will not be able to function effectively if their deliberations are to be scrutinized in post-trial litigation. In the interest of protecting the jury system and the citizens who make it work, Rule 606 should not permit any inquiry into the internal deliberations of the jurors. Finally, she says, even if it allowed for this, she doesn't think that the testimony they offered, these affidavits they offered, even meet the bar that would be set by that, okay? Even if Rule 606B is interpreted to retain the common law exception allowing post-verdict inquiry of juror incompetence in cases unquote substantial, if not fully conclusive evidence of incompetency, this showing made by petitioners falls far short of this standard. The affidavits and testimony presented in support of the first new trial motion suggested, at worst, that several of the jurors fell asleep at times during the afternoons. The district court judge appropriately considered the fact that he had an unobstructed view of the jury and did not see any jurors sleeping. The juror affidavit submitted in support of the second new trial motion was obtained in clear violation of the district court's order and the court's local rule against juror interviews. On this basis alone, the district court would have been acting within its discretion in disregarding the affidavit. So basically, Tanner's attorney interviewing the juror, okay, in support of this new motion, the new Daniel Hardy, okay, when he like came to his office unannounced and then he ended up like transcribing the interview, that was not allowed. He couldn't do that. And he didn't anyway. So that could have been a basis for the district court to deny it, like outright, without considering what was in it. But regardless, even if they had considered what was in it, in any case, although the affidavit of juror Hardy describes more dramatic instances of misconduct, Hardy's allegations of incompetence are meager. Hardy stated that the alcohol consumption he engaged in with 3 other jurors did not leave any of them intoxicated. Sure. Quote, I told the prosecutor that we would just go out and get us a pitcher of beer and drink it, but as far as us being drunk, no, we wasn't. End quote. The only allegations concerning the jurors' ability to properly consider the evidence were Hardy's observations that some jurors were falling asleep all the time during the trial and that his own reasoning ability was affected on one day of the trial.
Which is true of every jury duty ever. I shot his ass in the back as he fell. Where are you, fucker? This tree branch slowed me down. What? You bridgered us, you fucking idiots! And you wasted my run. Aww. Stupid ass suicidal NPCs. Like that. Fuck you. Brr, brr. Shot his ass in the ass. Oh. Reminds me of Max Payne, but way, way better. You missed. Sorry. Rogue.
You come here seeking justice? Well, what about justice for my soul?
Blah, 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 blah. I didn't drink enough tonight. So, bitch, sorry. Oh god. I'm out of med packs. I have a contingency plan. I've been prepping for this for weeks. That moment when I ran out, right? And then I switched to trauma packs. Yep, for a while. And I just stacked med packs again. There we are. Where's the robot? I haven't seen him in a while. Ah! Fucking dick. Ah. Don't fucking mess with me, bitch. Let's bounce it. There, it'll fuck him up for a second. Fuck that asshole. He was so annoying. Oh, don't die. As the robot dies. Oh, I didn't even need, I didn't need slow juice, jump juice for that. I love the jump juice. Rah! Fuck you. What? What was this? Oh, sorry, bitch. Oh, I cut you in half. Here goes your friend. I'm sorry. Oh, I did him while he was sleeping. Don't quote me. So strong. Who else is here? Where is this? Who's shooting at me? I don't see a red thing. Where are you? Oh, you're right there. Hi. Damn, that's old school, bitch. You got fucking smashed in the corner. Fuck you. I pretend you're a Bethesda developer. I'm gonna reload this shotgun behind you and blast you in the back of the fucking head. Oh, not too good for you. Sorry. Talk to Paxton Hall. Okay.
I can't believe it. You just took on. You fought because you had to. More important, I know. You don't know it. I watched Brave. I saw You really want to know? Last cheat, but if you not long after, I refused to. A man, he offered me. Sure I did. If I could avenge him. That. I'm gonna make this easy. I'm gonna die the way I live. But first, when the next war comes, now my unit's goodbye.
What? Come on! I couldn't even get my gun up, you fucking piece of shit, cocksucker, brain dead developer. Fuck you and your fucking problems. You and your fucking problems, you fucking retard. I have so many dudes. I have to kill them all again? Aww. I'm gonna play competitive games now. I'm gonna save right here and just stop, like right around this corner right here. This is a good place to stop. Fuck it, I've been playing Starfield for a long time. I'm gonna go play like some Overwatch and Fortnite.
These allegations would not suffice to bring this case under the common law exception allowing post-verdict inquiry when an extremely strong showing of incompetency has been made. So the majority here isn't convinced that everyone was hammered drunk and inebriated, which I will say I don't necessarily agree with. I think what I described earlier is fair. Like, I don't think Daniel Hardy needed to necessarily say we were fucking drunk, right, to conclude that. And also, who is he to speak on other people's drunkenness? You know what I mean? But whomst am I? Whomst am I? Anywho, as described above, long recognized and very substantial concerns support the protection of jury deliberations from intrusive inquiry. And then they turn, okay, to the other argument that the defendants make, which is their Sixth Amendment interests, all right? Their right to a competent jury, fair trial, all that, okay? All that. Sixth Amendment, very, very important, okay? So first they were arguing about 606B, and now they're like, okay, well now this is a breach of the Sixth Amendment, so you gotta give it to us. You gotta give it to us, judges. Please, please, please. Justices. Please, please, please. Petitioner's Sixth Amendment interests in an unimpaired jury, on the other hand, are protected by several aspects of the trial process. The suitability of an individual for the responsibility of jury service, of course, is examined during voir dire, which is when they question people prior to putting them on the jury, and each side is able to have some strikes, you know, like be like, we don't want that juror, et cetera, right? The process, if you don't know, it's called
the
voir
juror
dire,
selection
okay? So
progress.
a lot of the prejudices, biases, issues
Jury
that may
selection.
come up from someone maybe misbehaving during trial are supposed to be weeded out during the voir dire process. But like, how much can it, you know what I mean? Like, how can you really predict? You can't. That's the uncertainty of it all, right? Moreover,
BRB, I
during the
gotta
trial,
pee.
the jury is observable by the court, by counsel, and by court
My fuck,
personnel.
she's
Moreover, jurors are observable by each other and may report inappropriate juror behavior to the court before they render a verdict, which is in italics, okay? Before. That is why I mentioned it earlier. This being, it sounds harsh, right? I'm reading this opinion and you're like, your eyes are probably wide thinking, damn, you know, like, we're fucked. Like, I don't want to go to trial ever. This jury could be doing crazy shit in the back and I don't know about it, whatever. But if you do find out about it, okay, and other jurors are encouraged to, you know, like, let them know if shit happens. The attorneys can say things, you know, if there's behavior that they've been noticing or whatnot. Court personnel, obviously, the bailiffs, like, they're in charge of watching the jury and making sure that things are going well, making sure that they're not breaking the rules, doing shit that's not okay, which would include, you know, railing lines of coke in the back room, for sure. But what's important about that is because that's before they render a verdict, right? Before. Because it is a lot easier to remedy that situation before a verdict is rendered than to wait until after and then be like, wait a minute. Which here in this case, the defendant's attorneys are claiming, well, we didn't know. We didn't know about it, but they kind of did because they were saying, oh, the jury's falling asleep this afternoon. You know, they made comments and then just kind of let it alone. Finally, after the trial, a party may seek to impeach the verdict by non-juror evidence of misconduct. Indeed, in this case, the district court held an evidentiary hearing giving petitioners ample opportunity to produce non-juror evidence supporting their allegations, aka court personnel testifying, you know, and they didn't really testify to enough. The district court judge held, and then the Supreme Court ended up affirming. In light of these other sources of protection for petitioners' right to a competent jury, we conclude that the district court did not err in deciding, based on the inadmissibility of jury testimony and the clear insufficiency of the non-juror evidence offered by petitioners, that an additional post-verdict evidentiary hearing was unnecessary. Oof. All in all, the majority says no. The rules 606B stands. You can't have jury testimony. This isn't one of those exceptions, and you didn't put on enough evidence of non-juror testimony by other people to say that the jury was incompetent or engaged in misconduct to a degree that would support a new hearing or a new trial. No. Okay, let's hear what the dissent says. This is Justice Marshall, Justice Brennan, Justice Blackmun, and Justice Stevens joined. Every criminal defendant has a constitutional right to be tried by competent jurors. This court has long recognized that due process implies a tribunal both impartial and mentally competent to afford a hearing, a jury capable and willing to decide the case solely on the evidence before it. If, as is charged, members of the defendant's jury were intoxicated as a result of their use of drugs and alcohol to the point of sleeping through material portions of the trial, the verdict in this case must be set aside. In directing district courts to ignore sworn allegations that jurors engaged in gross and debilitating misconduct, this court denigrates the precious right to a competent jury. Accordingly, I dissent from that part of the court's opinion. At the outset, it should be noted that petitioners have not
it is
asked
unfair.
this court.
It is unfair to the person facing trial. It is.
Court to decide whether there is sufficient
And thank God somebody said it.
evidence to impeach the jury's verdict. The question before us is only whether an evidentiary hearing is required to explore allegations of juror misconduct and incompetency. As the author of today's opinion for the court has noted, a hearing permits counsel to probe the juror's memory, his reasons for acting as he did, and his understanding of the consequences of his actions. A hearing also permits the trial judge to observe the juror's demeanor under cross-examination and to evaluate his answers in light of the particular circumstances of the case. The allegations of juror misconduct in this case are profoundly disturbing. A few weeks after the verdict was returned, one of the jurors, Vera Aspel, contacted defense counsel and told him she had something she wanted to get off her conscience. She stated that at the trial, some of the male jurors were drinking every day and then slept through the afternoons. According to Aspel, another juror, Tina Franklin, could confirm these charges. So we have a new juror in the mix, okay, being thrown out there. Despite these revelations, the district court refused to hold an evidentiary hearing. Like this court, the district judge believed that Aspel's statements to defense counsel were inadmissible under Rule 606B. Several months later, Aspel's allegations were buttressed, obsessed with the 1987 language. Okay, I know that a lot of the legal law language is high, a little highbrow, right? A little inaccessible sometimes, but the word buttressed is like crazy to me.
Buttressed.
I hate it. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's, I don't enjoy that word. Not even for the fact that some people don't, I just don't enjoy it. Okay, so several months later, Aspel's allegations were ramped up by a detailed report of rampant drug and alcohol abuse.
Buttress itself is not a bad word. It means boister. Boister is also a weird word like that. That also sounds, it all sounds like butt sex, kind of boistering somebody or but buttressing somebody, but it means like strengthening their foundation.
Use by jury members, volunteered by another juror, Daniel Hardy, who also admitted that he partook. So I feel as though like the combo of these things, you know what I mean? It's not just like the hall monitor tattling on the people who were bad. Like the guy at the party who attended and had a great time is like, hey, you got us, which I think is actually, I think evidentiary wise is more damning. But comes to mind. In a sworn statement, Hardy indicated that 7, and 7 is in italics here, the dissent is like 7 fucking members of the goddamn jury, 7 members of the jury, including himself, regularly consumed alcohol during the noon recess. He reported that 4 male jurors shared up to 3 pitchers of beer on a daily basis. Hardy himself consumed alcohol all the time, quote unquote. A female juror selected as a foreperson was described as an alcoholic who would drink a liter of wine at lunch. Oh, more info than I gave you before. Hey, I love a new fact. The 4 male jurors did not limit themselves to alcohol, however, as we know. They smoked marijuana just about every day, quote unquote. In addition, 2 of them ingested a couple of lines of cocaine on several occasions. At times, 2 of the jurors used all 3 substances, alcohol, cocaine, and marijuana. Having this in a dissenting opinion in this report, I'm sorry, like it just gives me a giggle, it just gives me a laugh, because it's just a bunch of old guys pissed off, you know what I mean? Bam, 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 like, can you believe just like clutching pearls? And I mean, look, it's the 80s, like shit was bumping, shit was popping, but it is funny that they have to address shit like this and judge people for this, and to be one of those people on the jury being called out by name, like, oh, the 4th is a fucking alcoholic. I mean, goddamn. This is memorialized forever, you know? Like, what, it's 2024, and I'm talking about some chick's alcohol problem from 1987? A little harsh, but what are you gonna do? Hardy also maintained that the principal drug user, identified as John, used cocaine during breaks in the trial. Quote, I knew he had that little contraption. He was going to the bathroom and come back down sniffing like he got a cold. It's not funny. Hardy's statement supported Aspel's assessment of the impact of alcohol and drug consumption. He noted that some of the jurors were falling asleep all the time during the trial. At least as to John, the effects of drugs and alcohol went beyond inability to stay awake at trial. Quote, John just talked about how he was flying. He was messed up. Hardy admitted that on one day during the trial, his reasoning ability was affected by his use of alcohol and weed. These allegations suggest that several of the jurors' senses were significantly dulled and distorted by drugs and alcohol. In view of these charges, Hardy's characterization of the jury as one big party is quite an understatement. End quote. They're pissed. And the dissenting opinion in a footnote also accuses the majority opinion, okay, of downplaying the seriousness of this shit. They say the court's attempt to downplay the seriousness of these charges of incompetence is unconvincing. They were like, no. Stop it. And they also note, quote, if only one juror were shown to be incompetent, the verdict could not stand. That's what the dissenting opinion, that's what they're standing on, okay? Despite the seriousness of these charges, the court refuses to allow petitioners an opportunity to vindicate their fundamental right to a competent jury. The court holds that petitioners are absolutely barred from exploring allegations of juror misconduct and incompetency through the only means available to them, examination of the jurors who have already voluntarily come forward. The basis for the court's ruling is the mistaken belief that juror testimony concerning drug and alcohol abuse at trial is inadmissible under Federal Rule of Evidence 606B and is contrary to the policies the rule was intended to advance. I readily acknowledge the important policy considerations supporting the common law rule against the admission of jury testimony to impeach a verdict. Freedom of deliberation, finality of verdicts, and protection of jurors against harassment by dissatisfied litigants. It has been simultaneously recognized, however, this video kind of pops off. I don't know. I'm kind of fucking with this. I'm kind of rocking with it. I'm kind of rocking with you, Marshall. I don't know, man. It has been simultaneously recognized, however, that simply putting verdicts beyond effective reach can only promote irregularity and injustice. If the above referenced policy considerations seriously threaten the constitutional right to a trial by a fair and impartial jury, they must give way. That kind of hits. That's kind of a bar, I fear. I fear it's a bit of a bar. In this case, however, we are not faced with a conflict between the policy considerations underlying Rule 606B and petitioner's Sixth Amendment rights. Rule 606B is not applicable to juror testimony on matters unrelated to the jury's deliberations. Ooh, that's a great point. By its terms, Rule 606B renders jurors incompetent to testify only as to 3 subjects. Any matter or statement occurring during deliberations, so in the back room after everything's said and done and they're ready to go, right, decide on their verdict, that's deliberations. Deliberations don't include when they're hearing everything during the trial, okay? That's not considered deliberations yet. They're not allowed to deliberate until the very end. 2, the effect of anything upon the mind or emotions of any juror as it relates to his or her assent to or dissent from the verdict, so again, deliberations. And 3, the, quote, mental processes of the juror in connection with his assent to or dissent from the verdict. Again, all 3 of these are in deliberations. Even as to matters involving deliberations, the bar is not absolute. It is undisputed that Rule 606B does not exclude juror testimony as to matters occurring before or after deliberations. This dissent is hitting. It's hitting. But more particularly, the rule only operates to prohibit testimony as to certain conduct by the jurors, which has no verifiable manifestations. As to other matters, jurors remain competent to testify. So they're basically, the dissent is positing that this actually does not even come within the scope of Rule 606B. We shouldn't even be having this discussion. It's not about the deliberations. They could have been completely competent during deliberations. Who gives a shit? All of these allegations are related to what happened during the trial. Just good argument. Because petitioner's claim of juror misconduct and incompetency involves objectively verifiable conduct occurring prior to deliberation.
Fucking kill him! Come on, win this.
Juror testimony in support of the claims is admissible under Rule 606B. Even if I agree with the court's expansive construction of Rule 606B, I would nonetheless find the testimony of juror intoxication admissible under the rule's outside influence exception. As a common sense matter, drugs and alcohol are outside influences on jury members. Commentators have suggested that testimony as to drug and alcohol abuse, even during deliberations, falls within this exception. The court, the majority opinion, suggests that if these are outside influences, a virus, poorly prepared food, or a lack of sleep would also qualify. But the dissent says, distinguishing between a virus, for example, and a narcotic drug is a matter of line drawing. Courts are asked to make these sorts of distinctions in numerous contexts. I have no doubt they would be capable of differentiating between the intoxicants involved in this case and minor indispositions not affecting juror competency. So basically they're like, okay, you're acting like this is going to be some bad public policy matter of like, oh, well now, you know, one motherfucker got food poisoning and suddenly this whole thing's gonna be thrown out. Okay, I think the lower judges are going to be able to discern between a line of fucking coke up your nose in the back.
I can't believe I got a victory on that. Did you see it? I got a victory on that. I pulled that out by myself. Nobody else was alive. I was the only guy there. And I scared the Moira off the point and I took the fucking victory. I took it, bitch. Oh, yeah. We're going from a win to a win. We're going from a win to a win to a win to a win to a win. Before a win was a win, 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 a win. Let's go from a win to a win. From a win. I can't believe I got that. I can't believe I got that. I was like, well, I'm going to press the Moira and try to win this. And I did. I fucking won it. Yeah. Half a handle, bitch. Let's pour another drink. I've got a drinking problem, man. One mouth and two hands. And an empty can. I ain't got no Lucci. Excuse me. I stomped that team in by myself, all super drunk. Oh yeah! I can't believe I was like, oh yeah! I can't believe I bullied that entire team off the point, and I won that match by myself. I used to dream of doing stuff like that. You understand? You understand? Do you see? Do you see? Like, I used to dream of doing stuff like that. Do you understand? Like, I was never like that. I never used to be able to pull that kind of stuff out of my fucking ass. You know what I'm saying? I pulled it out of my fucking drunken ass. I'm a quarter of the way through a handle or whatever. And I was just like, well, I'm not losing this. I'm going to fight this point. Like I always do with my, you know, my diehard spirit or whatever, like John McClane. I'm like, oh, fuck it. I'm going to fight for the point. I'm standing here. What else am I going to do? So I fought him for the points and I won the match. Backed him out the points. He was like, he was ulted. He was ulted too. It was such an amazing play. It's probably the best Moira play I've ever made in my career, maybe. Like, he was ulted. I fought him. I reduced him. I got him off the point. He C9'd and I capped the point. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm the fucking chat. And I'm dancing. dancing and shit, and they're like, what? And then the tracer, and was it a tracer? No, it was a Sombra. The Sombra was like, Moira, we were so close, and I was like, no, you weren't. Not you were. I'm sorry. I was like, yes, you were, until you C9'd. That's literally what the conversation was. That's verbatim, word for word, what it was. And I was like, oh yeah, and I fucking stumped all over him. I just took that point for myself. I was the only one alive. I was late to the fight because I'm always the first dead, because I'm always the first person to get abused by some piece of shit DPS. So then I'm always the first one back to the fight trying to actually do something. It's so annoying, but I mean, that's the actual reality. They one-shot you. There's not much that you can do. You're just standing there running around in a circle or something, and they one-shot you. So I can't believe I pulled that out of my fucking ass. That's some of the best play I've ever had. I mean, man, I'm getting better at this somehow. I don't know what it is. You know, I got a broken arm too. I'm playing debilitated. I got a broken arm. I'm literally playing on my chest. You can see my mouse right here. I'm using my chest to play my mouse because I can't straighten my arm out without bad pain. I've broken my arm. So I have to keep my arm crooked towards my chest the whole time. So how does a gamer, you know, what does a gamer do in this situation? Well, it's kind of like a guitar. You just lie back and you start to play it. You learn to play the guitar lying down, which is fucking hard to do. And like, you know, it's not hard to do, but it's just, you know, it's not something most people normally practice doing. So I learned to play a mouse without a mouse pad. And I'm doing it on my chest, and that's how I killed those fools and took that match. I'm doing way better than I used to. I'm about to join my Rust clan again. I'm doing way better than I fucking used to. I'm doing so much better.
Bathroom and like someone having morning sickness. Like, can we be serious? Which is a fair point. The court assures us that petitioner's Sixth Amendment interests are adequately protected by other aspects of the trial process: voir dire, observation during trial by the court, counsel and courtroom personnel, and observation by fellow.
That's Lil Wayne. That is Lil Wayne. That's Lil Wayne. Alright, kitty. Get off my table. Oh, kitty, you keep knocking speakers over somehow. Kitty, get off my table now. Off my table. Get off my table now. Get off my table. I love you, kitty, but get off my table. Off my table. Off. Are you making a stand? Okay, I have to feed you, huh? Do I have to feed you? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, you want me to feed you? Okay, I'll feed you. Get off my table, kitty. I can hear him. So annoying. Works for me. Okay, shall we feed this kitty? I guess I've got to feed this kitty. She seems to be throwing a tantrum. She's like, I'm going to stand at your table and I'm going to try and get your attention like you're not feeding me. And it's like, come on, man, it's 12:30. Who cares if I don't feed you at 12 o'clock? You know? All right, sissy. We're going to feed you. You ready? Dinner time for sissy time. Don't kill me. It's not my fault that I have a kitty and I'm feeding her.